Hello, hello. Hmm. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Tutorial 4, Aerodynamics of Flight. This training tutorial will discuss aerodynamics of flight. In order for a pilot to safely execute maneuvers in flight, it is important to understand the aerodynamic forces acting on an aircraft in flight. Tutorial will discuss aerodynamics of flight. In order for a pilot to safely execute maneuvers in flight, it is important to understand the aerodynamic forces acting on an aircraft in flight. The four forces acting on an aircraft in straight and level, unaccelerated flight are
Thrust, drag, lift, and weight. Thrust opposes lift. Weight opposes lift.
thrust, drag, lift, and weight. Thrust is the forward force produced by the power plant, propeller, or rotor, and is opposed by drag. Drag is the rearward, retarding force caused by air that has been disrupted by the wings, rotor, fuselage, and other protruding objects, and opposes thrust. Weight is the combined load of the aircraft itself, the crew, the fuel, and the cargo or baggage. Weight pulls the aircraft downward because of the force of gravity, and is opposed by lift. Lift opposes the downward force of weight. Lift is produced by air flowing over the airfoil and acts perpendicular to the flight path through the center of lift. Has been drag, propeller, or rotor, and thrust is the forward force produced by the power plant, propeller, or rotor, and is opposed by drag. The power plant, propeller.
I lift, yeah. I lift the planes, bro.
Or
I mean, I already know about this. I'm just gonna reinforce my knowledge.
thrust is the forward force produced by the power plant, propeller, or rotor, and is opposed by drag. Drag is the rearward, retarding force caused by air that has been disrupted by the wings, rotor, fuselage, and other protruding objects, and opposes thrust.
Why did I write dragon?
Weight is the combined load of the aircraft itself, the crew, the fuel, and the cargo or baggage. Weight pulls the aircraft downward because of the force of gravity and is opposed by lift. Lift opposes the downward force of weight. Lift is produced by air flowing over the airfoil and acts perpendicular to the flight path through the center of lift. In straight, level, and unaccelerated flight, the sum of the forces acting on the aircraft is zero. This is right. The sum of the forces acting at level. In straight, level, and unaccelerated flight, the sum of the forces acting on the aircraft is zero. This is, for the most part, true during climb and descending flight, but things are a bit more complicated. Any time the descend lift airfoil in straight, level, and unaccelerated flight, the sum of the forces acting on the aircraft is zero.
Monster Hunter Wilds Beta. Does the progress get carried over? Into the actual game?
This is, for the most part, true during climb and descending flight.
Yeah, then fuck no, dude. Like what?
But things are a bit more complicated. Anytime the flight path of the aircraft is not horizontal, lift, weight, thrust, and drag vectors must each be broken down into two components. Thrust path of the aircraft is not horizontal. Lift, weight, thrust, and drag vectors must each be broken down into two components. For example, vectors horizontal. Lift, weight, thrust, and drag vectors must each be broken down into two components. For example, during a glide, part of the weight of the aircraft points forward and therefore acts as thrust, or as the picture shows, during a climb, therefore acts as thrust of the weight of the aircraft. For example, during a glide, part of the weight of the aircraft points forward and therefore acts as thrust, or as the picture shows, during a climb, the weight can oppose lift and also thrust. A pilot and also picture shows, for example, during a glide, part of the weight of the aircraft points forward and therefore acts as thrust of the weight of the aircraft.
What is a glide? A weapon keychain? Does it at least give you a good bonus or something?
Craft points forward and therefore acts as thrust, or as the picture shows, during a climb, the weight can oppose lift and also thrust. A pilot may hold an aircraft in straight and level flight at many different airspeeds. The pilot
Wow, that's pretty good. Might might make me play it. Proper.
needs to coordinate the angle of attack with the speed of the aircraft. For example, if the plane is flying at a high rate of speed, the angle of attack can be relatively low. The angle of attack with the speed of the aircraft. Pilot needs to coordinate in straight. A pilot may hold an aircraft in straight and level flight at many different airspeeds. The pilot needs to coordinate the angle of attack with the speed of the aircraft. For example, to coordinate the angle of attack with the speed of the aircraft. For example, if the plane is flying at a high rate of speed, the angle of attack can be relatively low. However, if the rate of speed is low, the angle of attack can be relatively low. However, if the rate of speed is low, then the pilot must have a higher angle of attack. This is caused by the amount of lift produced by the wings of the aircraft. The higher the angle of attack, the more lift is provided from the wing.
No, it's normal. I'm just trying to catch everything.
If a pilot can maintain a high angle of attack and a coordinated thrust level, the aircraft can fly straight and level at low speeds. Level flight at even slightly negative angle of attack is possible at very high speed. The aircraft can fly straight and level at low speeds. Level flight, the aircraft can fly straight and level at low speeds. Level flight, angle of attack, the more lift is provided from the wing. If a pilot can maintain a high angle of attack and a coordinated thrust level, the aircraft can fly straight and level at low speeds. Level flight at even slightly negative angle of attack is possible at very high speed. Certain aircraft have the ability to change their direction of thrust rather than change their angle of attack, such as the Harrier jump jet on the left and the Osprey on the right. These aircraft can point their thrust straight up without having to point their nose in that direction. The Harrier jet uses vents to accomplish this, and the Osprey can rotate its propellers to point up. This allows each aircraft to hover over the ground or fly straight and level very slowly. Drag is the force that resists movement of an aircraft through the air. There are two basic types that resists movement of an aircraft through the air. There are two basic types: parasitic drag and induced drag.
The fuck does that even mean, dude? Parasitic drag. Like a fucking parasite instead of it.
The first is called parasite because it in no way functions to aid flight, while the
Oh.
second, induced drag, is a result of an airfoil developing lift. Parasite drag is any drag that is not caused directly from the aircraft producing lift. It is broken down into three categories: form drag, interference drag, and skin friction. Form drag is a drag that is caused by things like the cowling, antennas, and the aerodynamic shape of other components. How quickly airflow rejoins itself is determined by the shape of the object it's flowing around. As the picture on the left shows, the best way to reduce form drag is to streamline as many of the aircraft components as possible. Interference drag streamline as many of the aircraft components as possible. Interference drag comes from the intersection of airstreams that creates eddy currents, turbulence, or restricts smooth airflow. Creates eddy current.
All right. Damn, magnetic fields are also up there.
Turbulence or restricts smooth airflow. That creates eddy current. Interference drag comes from the intersection of airstreams that creates eddy currents, turbulence, or restricts intersection of air components as possible. Interference drag comes from the intersection of airstreams that creates eddy currents, turbulence, or restricts smooth airflow. For example, the picture on the right restricts smooth airstreams that creates eddy currents, turbulence, or restricts smooth airflow. For example, the picture on the right shows the intersection of the wing and the fuselage at the wing root. This area has intersection of the wing. For example, the picture on the right shows the intersection of the wing and the fuselage at the wing root. This area has significant interference drag. Air flowing around the fuselage collides with air flowing over the wing, merging into a current of air different from the two original currents. Skin friction drag comes from the surface from the sides with significant interference and the fuselage. For example, the picture on the right shows the intersection of the wing and the fuselage at the wing root. This area has significant interference drag. Air flowing around the fuselage collides with air flowing over the wing.
Oh yeah, TLDR. Scoot messaged me, and it's gonna be an interview sort of assessment thing next week.
Merging into a current of air different from the two original currents. Skin friction drag comes from the surface of the aircraft not being completely smooth. Even though a surface may look smooth, it has. Skin friction drag comes from the surface of the aircraft not being completely smooth. Even though a surface may look smooth, it has a rough, ragged surface when viewed under a microscope. This non-smooth surface causes an interruption in airflow and more drag. Induced drag is the second basic type of drag. When an airfoil produces lift, there is always drag. This drag comes from wing foil produces lift. Drag is the second basic type of drag. When an airfoil produces lift, there is always drag. This drag comes from wingtip vortexes. Lift, there is always drag. This drag. Induced drag is the second basic type of drag. When an airfoil produces lift, there is always drag. This drag comes from wingtip vortexes. When the aircraft is viewed from the tail, these vortices circulate counterclockwise about the right tip and clockwise about the left tip. Bearing in mind the direction of rotation of these vortices, it can be seen that they induce an upward flow of air beyond the tip and a downwash flow behind the wing's trailing edge. This induced downwash has nothing in common with the downwash that is necessary to produce lift. It is, in fact, the source of induced drag. It can be seen that they tip counterclockwise about the right tip and clockwise about the left tip.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Bearing in mind that about the right tip, these vortices circulate counterclockwise about the right tip and clockwise about the left tip. Bearing in mind the direction of rotation of these vortices, it can be seen that they induce an upward flow of air beyond the tip and a downwash flow behind the wing's trailing edge. This
What?
it can be about the left tip, counterclockwise about the right tip,
Yeah, that's what I thought. Wouldn't make sense.
and clockwise about the left tip. Bearing in mind the direction of rotation of these vortices, it can be seen that they induce an upward flow of air beyond the tip and a downwash flow behind the wing's trailing edge. This induced downwash has nothing in common with the downwash that is necessary to produce lift. It is, in fact, the source of induced drag. This downwash over the top of the airfoil at the tip has the same effect as bending the lift vector rearward. Therefore, the lift is slightly aft of perpendicular to the relative wind, creating a rearward lift component. This is induced drag. Therefore, has the same effect. This downwash over the top of the airfoil at the tip has the same effect as bending the lift vector rearward. Therefore, the lift is slightly aft of perpendicular.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay.
Over the top of the airfoil at the tip has the same
Wait, somebody said.
effect as bending the lift vector rearward. Therefore, has the same effect as bending the lift vector rearward. Therefore, the lift is slightly aft of perpendicular to the relative wind, creating a rearward lift component. This is induced drag.
This is induced drag. Ah. So this is wrong? Holy shit! It's actually just an exact copy of this book. What the fuck? This entire channel. It looks exactly the same. Why does the guy say it's not the same? Wait, is it the same? 1-6? 1-6, yeah? Fuck this YouTube channel again, like a fucking commenter. Or maybe there's a difference somewhere. It looks exactly the same, you fuck. It's the official website. Why is this YouTube commenter? Look what an asshole. This is misleading people. I'm a bitch should be his name. I see. D is CD times. What's the symbol again? Fuck, was it pressure? No. What was it called again? Where's the P? P, 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 P. P, 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 P. The density, right? Okay. Density. What is a slug per cubic feet? I'll slug you soon, bitch. S. S is the area of lifting body. And CD is the ratio of drag pressure to dynamic pressure. Whatever, bro. So it's literally the same. And then D. D is. No. So L is CL times density times velocity squared times lifting body divided by 2. It's literally the same. Why does this guy say it's not the same? Oh my god, I need to stop reading comments. Oh! Do you guys have it sometimes? I squished my ball sack, dude. That's what you get for having huge balls. That's so uncomfortable, man. Deep breaths, deep breaths. No, huge balls means induced drag. Instead of density, I put my ball density in there. Oh yeah, whatever. That's not funny.
Wing or airfoil compared to its drag.
Did you guys know of this insane screenshot function of Windows? I just recently learned about it. Pretty sick.
Drag is the price paid to obtain lift. The lift-to-drag ratio is the amount of lift generated by a wing or airfoil compared.
It says 2023, dude. There's nothing on there. Okay, I need to stop reading now. I need to stop reading now.
To its drag. This also governs the airfoil's efficiency. Aircraft with higher lift-drag ratio also governs the airfoil's efficiency. Foil compared to its drag.
Lift to drag ratio equals amount of lift. How do you put that? How do you put that division line there on the keyboard? Is it possible? Is it like a button combination for that or what?
This also governs the airfoil's efficiency. Aircraft with higher lift-drag ratios are more efficient than those with lower lift-drag ratios.
This is not so clear. Let's put it like this.
The lift-drag ratio is determined by dividing the lift component by the drag component, or above by dividing the lift equation by the drag equation. L is the lift force in pounds. CL is the lift coefficient. P is density expressed in slugs per cubic feet. V is velocity in feet per second. Q is dynamic pressure per square feet, and S is the wing area in square feet.
Wait. Why did it say Q? Where's a Q here? I don't see a Q anywhere. Why is this part of this? Huh? It's the same here. I also see a Q here. But I don't know why. Where's the Q? I think it was here somewhere. Here, Q. But it's not part of any formula.
Square feet, and S is the wing area in square feet.
All right, I will write that down. Okay.
On the graph to the left,
I mean,
S.
It's actually easy to take a picture of this.
Q is dynamic pressure per square feet, and S is the wing area in square feet. On the graph to the left, the lift curve, red,
Remove this. Boom. No. Boom. 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 Bam. Boom. 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 Okay. So L is the lift force in pounds. CL is the lift coefficient. P is the density. V is velocity. S is the was it lift area, was it? A wing area. And Q is dynamic pressure. Which I don't understand why it's even here, because it's literally not part of any formula. What do you mean on the right?
dynamic pressure per square feet, and S is the wing area in square feet. On the graph to the left, the lift curve, red, reaches its maximum for this particular wing section at 20 degrees angle of attack.
20 degrees angle of attack. Yes. Yeah, the graph 20, boom, yeah. which means 20 degrees of drag is roughly 1500.
And then rapidly decreases. 15 degrees angle of attack is therefore the stalling angle. The drag curves.
What?
15 degrees angle of attack is therefore the stalling angle. The drag decreases. 15 degrees angle of attack is therefore the stalling angle.
Oh, that's not what we want.
This particular wing section at 20 degrees angle of attack, and then rapidly decreases. 15 degrees angle of attack is therefore the stalling angle. And then
What do you mean by it's therefore the stalling angle? How? Like, at least give me some info, bitch.
for this particular wing section at 20 degrees angle of attack, and then for this particular wing section at 20 degrees angle of attack, and then rapidly decreases. 15 degrees angle of attack is therefore the stalling angle.
Yeah,
The
obviously.
drag curve
Is obviously in this image L is achieved at 20 degrees AOA. After which it massively drops off. This leads to the stall angle being 50 degrees. I know what a stall angle is, but I don't know how it's calculated. Or CD, wait, isn't that part of the... Ah. Huh. Hmm. Huh. It doesn't look like 15 degrees, though. It looks more like 14 degrees in this picture. How is this 15? Is that maybe the error they spoke about in the book? Oh no, the graph is super different here. That's what the YouTube comments spoke about. What the fuck? It is so different. Alright. We replace. That is so different, dude. Huh? So the angle of stall is like 9 degrees here. Like, we go straight down. And more like 9.5, I guess. But the max is still, I don't know, like, it's hard to see here. It's not 20, it's like 19. Oh, so it looks like a G instead of a C. On this image, max CL is produced at 19 degrees AOA, and the stalling angle is 9 degrees AOA.
yellow increases very rapidly from 14 degrees angle of attack and completely overcomes the lift curve at 21 degrees angle of attack. The lift-drag ratio, green, reaches its maximum and low angle of attack is therefore the stalling angle. The drag curve, 15 degrees angle of attack, is therefore the stalling angle. The drag curve, yellow, increases very rapidly from 14 degrees.
Oh, shit. Wow, dude, this is like way sooner. So you like die way sooner here. This looks terribly terrifying. Like once this yellow one is above the red one, you're dead. Like you literally can't control the airplane anymore. You're fucked. It's over. It's GG. I mean, you can do certain things, of course, but not normal procedures. That's roughly at 12. At 12 degrees AOA.
The drag curve, yellow, increases very for the stalling angle. The drag curve, yellow, increases very rapidly from 14 degrees angle of attack and completely overcomes the lift curve at 21 degrees angle of attack. The lift-drag ratio, green, reaches its maximum at 6 degrees angle of attack. Green, 21 degrees angle of attack. The lift-drag ratio, green, reaches its maximum at 6 degrees angle of attack, meaning that
Why do I always write dragon when I want to write drag?
This angle, the most lift is obtained for the least amount of drag. This angle, the most lift is obtained for the least, meaning that reaches its maximum at 6 degrees angle of attack, meaning that at this angle, the most lift is obtained for the least amount of drag. Any angle of attack the aircraft operates at other than the lift-drag max point will cause more drag. Therefore, for the lift-drag max point, angle of attack the aircraft operates at other than the lift-drag max point will cause more drag. Therefore, for the least amount of drag to lift, the aircraft must fly with that angle of attack. The cause aircraft operates at other than the lift-drag max point will cause more drag. Therefore, for the least amount of drag to lift, the aircraft must fly with that angle of attack.
What am I even writing, dude?
Will cause more drag. Therefore, for the least amount of drag to lift, the aircraft must fly with that angle of attack. Angle of attack.
All right. Let me move my camera. Actually, it's kind of in the way too. What's up, hell?
Gravity is the pulling force that
Now we got to wait, boys. That should be very important for all of you fat fucks. Because you're gonna fucking drag my airplane down to the ground, you fat American fucks.
tends to draw all bodies to the center of the Earth. The center of gravity may be considered as a point at which all the weight of the aircraft is concentrated. If the aircraft were supported at its exact center of gravity, it would balance in any attitude. This weight force acts concentrated. If the aircraft were all the weight of the aircraft is concentrated, it may be considered as a point at which all the weight of the aircraft is concentrated. If the
No, that's fine. I'm also not particularly light.
aircraft were supported at its exact center of gravity, it would balance in any attitude. This weight force acts downward through the airplane's center of gravity. In stabilized level flight, it would balance in any attitude. Supported at its of the aircraft is concentrated. If the aircraft were supported at its exact center of gravity, it would balance in any attitude. This weight force acts downward through the airplane's center of gravity. In stabilized level flight, where the lift force is equal to the weight force, the aircraft is in a state of equilibrium and neither gains nor loses altitude. It is in a level flight through the airplane's center of gravity. In stabilized level flight, where the lift force is equal to the weight force, the aircraft is in a state of equilibrium. And neither gains nor loses altitude.
No, I think the weight of people doesn't actually make that big of a difference in the grand scheme of things. Like, all the people combined are much less weight than all the rest combined. So I think it's really a very tiny fraction of the weight.
If lift becomes less than weight, neither gains nor loses altitude. It is in a state of
The new planes? What new planes?
equilibrium and neither gains nor loses altitude. If lift becomes less than weight, the aircraft loses altitude. When lift is greater than weight, the aircraft gains altitude. The pilot is able to
Bro, why did you just like explain it on the same slide, man?
the pilot is able to control lift. If the control yoke is pushed forward or pulled back, the angle of attack changes. If the control yoke is pushed forward or pulled back, the angle of attack changes and therefore the amount of lift changes as well. For an aircraft to continue to produce lift, the aircraft airfoil must be continually attacking new air. On helicopter, the aircraft airfoil. For an aircraft to continue to produce lift, the aircraft airfoil must be continually attacking new air. On helicopters, this is accomplished by the rotating blades. In a fixed-wing airplane, this is accomplished by the airflow over the wing. The lift fixed-wing airplane, this is accomplished by the airflow over the wing. The lift provided from the wing is proportional to the square of the aircraft's velocity.
lift is proportional to the square of aircraft velocity. L equals V. Is there a square button on a keyboard? I never had to use these things, dude, when I'm writing on a keyboard. Do they exist? How do they even know how much you weigh, bro? Like when you book an airline ticket, you don't have to tell your weight.
Lift and drag also vary directly with the density of the air. Density is affected by several factors: pressure, temperature, and humidity. At an altitude of 18,000 feet, the density of the air has 1/2 the density of air at sea level. In order to maintain its lift at a higher altitude, an aircraft must fly at a greater true airspeed for any given angle of attack. Aircraft must level. In order to maintain its lift at a higher altitude, an aircraft must fly at a greater true airspeed for any given angle of attack. Warm air is less dense than maintain its lift at a higher altitude. An aircraft must fly at a greater true airspeed for any given angle of attack. Warm air is less dense than cool air, and moist air is less dense than dry air. Lift varies, and moist air is less dense than dry air, is less dense than cool air, and moist air is less dense than dry air. Lift varies directly with the wing area. If the wings have the same proportion and airfoil sections, a wing with an area of 200 square feet lifts twice as much at the same angle of attack as a wing with an area of 100 square feet. For most situations, the pilot controls lift and velocity to maneuver an aircraft. As stated previously, wingtip vortices are caused when the high pressure below the wing attempts to rejoin the low pressure air around the wingtip, causing a downward and outward vortex. The above picture is a more detailed diagram of how this process looks on a wing. The heavier and slower the aircraft, the greater the angle of attack and the stronger the wingtip vortices. Wingtip vortices lead to a potentially hazardous condition called wake turbulence. The greater the angle of attack and the stronger the wingtip vortices. Wingtip vortices lead to a...
Yeah. Who cares about danger? We only care about danger once we're in the cockpit. Okay. I never said this, guys. Don't tell anybody I said this. Otherwise, I'm instantly fired. Thanks.
Potentially hazardous condition called wake turbulence.
You can't just say, oh, okay. No, fuck you.
To avoid wake turbulence,
I didn't even write that word.
avoid flying through another. To avoid wake turbulence, avoid flying through another aircraft's flight path. Rotate.
I mean, it sounds like common sense to me. Don't fly near another aircraft, guys. Yes.
Prior to the point at which the preceding aircraft rotated when taking off behind another aircraft. Avoid following another aircraft on a similar flight path at an altitude within 1,000 feet, and approach the runway above a preceding aircraft's path when landing behind another aircraft. And finally, touch down after the point at which the other aircraft's wheels contacted the runway. A hovering helicopter generates a downwash from its main rotors similar to the vortices of an airplane. Pilots of small aircraft should avoid a hovering helicopter by at least 3 rotor disc diameters to avoid the effects of this downwash. Wind is also an important consideration when dealing with wake turbulence because it can push around wake turbulence. For example, if there's a 10-knot wind, it will push the wake turbulence in the direction of the wind at a rate of 1,000 feet per minute. If this is a problem, pilots may also wait approximately 3 minutes for the wake to dissipate. Wait
So
approximately
they told me this
3
whole
minutes.
story, everything, and then you can also just wait 3 minutes, by the way, and there's no problems. Yeah, I'm sure at an airport, every minute there's an airplane taking off. That's really realistic, guys, because I mean, I don't know, you know, I've only taken roughly like, I don't know, 200 flights or something, or maybe more. That's definitely what I see at airports. Like, it's just like a machine gun, man. Every minute. So you have to be really careful with this.
Minutes for the wake to dissipate. This is a
Crappa.
hovering helicopter down path and aircraft on a similar flight path as their aircraft. Point flying through another aircraft's flight path. Rotate prior to the point at which the preceding aircraft rotated.
What does that even mean? Like, you're telling me the entire runway is fucked for me. Because they're basically saying, like, where the airplane takes off, I have to take off before that. And where the airplane lands, I have to land after that. So I have like half the runway, not even. So I can't land or take off anywhere. Like, what do you want me to do? Of course, I'm just going to wait 3 minutes. What is that bullshit? And what does it even mean? There's no way you're just gonna land on the same runway when there's just an airplane that just landed like a couple of minutes ago. It's so weird. That is really weird to me. It's kind of like info. I'm sure it's all true and everything, but they would never be allowed. They would probably shoot you down with missiles before you do that.
When taking off behind another aircraft.
Avoid flying behind another aircraft. Rotate before the point another aircraft rotated on the runway. Land after land after the point where the prior aircraft landed. It makes no sense. How do I even know where they landed, dude? Maybe they landed here. Maybe here. Maybe they fucked up, you know? How do I know it's here?
Avoid following another aircraft on a similar flight path at an altitude within 1,000 feet. and approach the runway above a preceding aircraft's path when landing behind another aircraft.
Yeah, it sounds
And
awful.
finally, touch down after
Yeah,
the
touchdown after, guys. So make sure that your landing gear barely does not touch the other airplane's front. Yeah, make sure like it barely doesn't touch its nose. Like you have to be pinpoint perfect. Okay, millimeter work here. Like you're flying at a couple of hundred, kilometers per hour. This is why piloting is so hard, guys. This tiny angle here, when you land after an aircraft, that's where it's all at. That's where pilots are made.
point at which the other aircraft's wheels contacted the runway. A hovering helicopter generates a downwash from its main rotors similar to the vortices of at least 3 rotor disc diameters.
Okay, guys. Avoid hovering helicopters by at least 3 rotor disc diameters.
To avoid the effects of this downwash.
Yeah.
Wind is also an important consideration when dealing with wake turbulence because it can push around wake turbulence. For example, if there's a 10-knot wind, it will push the wake turbulence in the direction of the wind at a rate of 1,000 feet per minute. If this is a problem, pilots may also wait approximately 3 minutes for the wake to dissipate. Ground effect is a phenomenon that allows an aircraft to fly slower than approximately 3 feet per minute. If this is a problem,
If there's a problem, just wait. Yeah.
May also wait approximately 3 minutes for the wake to dissipate.
The ground
effect is a phenomenon that allows an aircraft to fly slower than normal a few feet from the ground. When an aircraft in flight comes within several feet of the surface of the ground, that allows an aircraft to fly slower than normal a few feet from the ground. When an aircraft in flight comes within several feet of the surface, ground, or water, a change occurs in the 3-dimensional flow pattern around the aircraft because in flight than normal. Ground effect is a phenomenon that allows an aircraft to fly slower than normal a few feet from the ground. When an aircraft in flight comes within several feet of the surface, ground, or aircraft to fly slower than normal a few feet from the ground. When an aircraft in flight comes within several feet of the surface, ground, or water, a change occurs in the 3-dimensional flow pattern around the aircraft because the vertical component of the airflow around the wing is restricted by the surface. This alters the aerodynamics of the wing mainly. The fuselage and tail surfaces are also affected, but ground effect mainly consists of the aerodynamic characteristic changes of the wing. The reduction of the wingtip vortices due to ground effect alters the lift distribution of the wing and reduces the induced angle of attack and induced drag. Therefore, the wing will require a lower angle of attack in ground effect to produce the same lift.
Ah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
The reduction of induced drag due to ground effect means that less power is required to fly at a certain speed.
That's the plan, yeah.
Most of the time, ground effect will produce a higher pressure at the static source, and the indicated airspeed will be lower than normally required. Airspeed will be lower than normal. Higher pressure at the static source. Most of the time, ground effect will produce a higher pressure at the static source, and the indicated airspeed will be lower than normally required. When an aircraft is taking off, the reverse happens from landing. The aircraft taking off will require an increase in angle of attack to maintain the same lift. Experience an increase in happens from landing.
Oh, shit, dude. Bro, there's so much information, man. Yes. Besides,
The aircraft taking off will require an increase in angle of attack to maintain the same lift. Experience an increase in induced drag and thrust required. Experience a decrease in stability and a nose-up change in moment. And experience a reduction in static source pressure and increase in indicated airspeed.
oh, what?
Increase in stability and a nose-up change in moment. And experience increase in stability.
Why is this disappearing when disappears? That makes no sense.
And a nose-up change in moment. And experience a reduction in static source pressure and increase in indicated airspeed. In static source pressure and increase in indicated airspeed. This is something to consider. And increase in indicated airspeed. This is something to consider on takeoff because it could mean a pilot attempting to take off will feel like the aircraft can lift off the ground prior to the recommended takeoff speed. As shown above, this could cause the plane to have poor initial climb performance and also, in extreme cases, prevent the aircraft from becoming airborne entirely.
Yes.
Extreme case could cause prior to the pilot attempting to take off will feel like the aircraft can lift off the ground prior to the recommended takeoff speed. As shown above, this could cause the plane to have poor initial climb performance and also, in extreme cases, prevent the aircraft from becoming airborne entirely.
And you know how it goes. V1, rotate. No, they have certain procedures. Like, you're not allowed to actually pull back the stick to fly until you reach a certain amount of speed. Like in an airplane, one of the pilots will actually say, you know, when you reach the appropriate speed, he will say something like, V1 achieve, rotate, and then the guy pulls back. Before that, you're not allowed to. Otherwise, what they just spoke about happens.
Aircraft from becoming airborne entirely.
Dude, no joke, I read that there's a lot of accidents with student pilots. Can you imagine your life ends because your aircraft can't take off? Like, you try super hard, it just doesn't work, and you just...
Axes of an aircraft will be covered more in depth in the flight controls chapter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, please tell me more about it. Pitching is up, down. Rolling is right, left. Yawing is turn, right, left.
Please help us spread the word about Pilot Training System, and we look forward to further servicing your flight training needs because it could mean a pilot attempting to take off off will feel like the aircraft can lift off the ground prior to the recommended takeoff speed. As shown above, this could cause the plane to have poor initial climb performance and also, in extreme cases, prevent the aircraft from becoming airborne entirely.
I mean, it's not an exam, I think. It's more like, you know, when you have to like get together in groups and do some sort of group work, like they give you a certain amount of information. Everybody has probably pretty similar information, but a little bit of different information. And then you have to make sure that you come to a solution together, and then you have to like present your solution, stuff like that. Like it's just about how you treat other people, how you work with other people, like all that stuff. I don't think it's actually because to even get this, I already passed the assessment, like the theoretical assessment. So next is the group work thing. Then after that would be the final interview. And then I don't even know if there's more steps after that or not. Now, it's not a group interview. It's more like there's people there, like psychologists and assessors, and they're going to be sitting behind you, and they're going to be breathing down your neck while you do all sorts of random stuff. And I hopefully don't care about it. I probably don't care about it because I'm pretty comfortable in public, speaking in front of other people and whatnot. But that shit can really get to you, man. It really can. All right, let's review this amazing chapter. Aerodynamics of flight. Hell yeah. Let's go. Forces acting on an aircraft. We got thrust, which is created by like propellers or engines, stuff like that. Then you got drag, which is the air colliding with components of the aircraft, can be the fuselage, wings, whatever. Lift is created by the wings. Weight is created by gravity. And it includes like all the passengers, aircraft weight, cargo weight, total weight of the plane. Who? Now, how does a wing create lift? Oh, dude. I mean, I know exactly how, but how do you say it in the best way possible? Because a wing creates lift basically by cutting wind into half and creating two different pressure zones, and then the low pressure zone lifts the wing up, and the high pressure zone pushes the wing up. Well, I guess that sounded quite smart. I'm kind of proud of myself. Yeah, dude. I have to be super careful that I don't actually. You know what they always say, like be yourself in these kind of interviews, right? But I can't be myself at all, because if I'm myself at all, I'll just do the group thing myself, because I don't trust other people. I can't be myself, dude. The weight opposes lift, and thrust opposes a drag, of course. Breaking down the forces. So, to achieve straight up flight, it means the sum of all forces has to be zero, evened out. What did I say again? This is mostly true during climb and descending flight. Climb and descending flight. Which means if we go like this, okay, yeah, to just be steadily going like that. Okay. Maybe that was a bit too steep. We don't want to go that steep. When aircraft flight path is not horizontal. I should probably. Then lift, weight, thrust, and drag vectors must be broken down into two components. But they never said which components. I mean, in this case, rearward component of weight. Yeah, because the weight is pushing down this way. So there's multiple interferences with the lift. Wakata. Anyway, this stuff is it's actually really far into the future. Like this stuff is post ground school. So if at all, I will need this stuff for next 6-7 months. But I feel like it's probably really good to know early on as well. So might as well just learn it earlier and to just learn more about general aviation. Because at this point, I really don't know what I can study, to be honest. Since I said it's just group exercises next. And then hopefully I get a chance for the final interview. And then I don't know what's next after that. So it's really just, me prepping for the sake of prepping, not because I actually need it, just right at this moment. Straight and level. So level. Alright, so at a level flight, high speed means a low angle of attack is required. Medium speed, medium angle of attack. Low speed, high angle of attack. Or, as they like to say, AOA. Hour. If I ever become a flight instructor, I'll be like, man, your hour is too high, bro. And they'll be like, what? What are you saying? Your hour! Hour! Did you read the book, dude? And you'll be like, I don't know what to do. I'll be a terrible flight instructor. Yep, higher angle of attack means more lift from the wings. It goes like this, and the air pushes more like that, and the wing goes like that. So it's. I feel like I'm explaining these things way better than the book or the YouTube videos personally. Like it's very interactive, Yeah, I feel like a lot of these things they will also never be asked anywhere, probably, hopefully. The drag. Oh yeah, we have like this induced drag and the parasitic drag. It's oh fuck, I forgot about this. So the parasitic drag is the drag that is unwanted because it doesn't occur because of lift. It just occurs because of natural phenomena, and we hate that lift. We hate that drag. That's why it's called parasitic drag. And it's created because of just like the airplane structure. The wind is hitting it, so that induces drag. No, that creates drag. You can't say induced drag because it's another drag. So that creates drag. What else created drag? Oh yeah, the wingtip vortices create drag, and that oppose lift, or rather reduce lift. Fuck. Just the construction of the airplane. I think wasn't parasitic drag also? Yeah, there was also 3 different types of parasitic drag. What were they? What were those called again? Oh my god. Form drag, interference drag, and skin friction. Okay, so skin friction is because the surface of the wing or the aircraft itself isn't smooth, so there will be some sort of resistance.
Even if it looks smooth on the surface, on a microscopic level, it will not be completely smooth. Okay. Thanks.
Then we had a form drag. It's what I spoke about, just the construction of the airplane. In order to be mitigated, components of the aircraft must be streamlined. What exactly does it actually mean? What is the definition of streamlined? I kind of know, but not really. Having a form that presents very little resistance to flow of air or water. Streamlined wing. Streamline aircraft components. Holy shit, dude. I don't want to look at this anymore. I'm getting a headache. I'm going back. Interference drag. What's that again? Comes from the intersection of airstreams. Oh, yeah, they create eddy currents, turbulences, or restrict smooth airflow. That's right. So, for example, this fuselage wing component where they're built together is a major source of interference drag. Okay. Oh yeah, we have another drag. Induced drag. That's the good drag. Well, not the good drag, but the drag that occurs because we lift. And that one, oh, the wing vortex is actually here. Whoops. It's not part of the parasitic drag, it's part of the induced drag. And the drag occurs because of air colliding with an airfoil, which obviously creates lift because of the pressure difference that I mentioned before. And then the major or the biggest component of induced drag is wingtip vortices, which create counterclockwise vortex at the right wingtip and a clockwise vortex at the left wingtip. And it occurs because the high pressure from the bottom of the wing wants to rejoin the low pressure at the top of the wing. So it kind of rotates and engulfs around the tip of the wing, where it gets the name wingtip vortex from. This creates sort of an airflow circular stream behind the trail edge of the wing, which for the affected area reduces the lift that's gained. Wow. Okay. Okay. Because if you do that, then, I mean, if this is a flight vector and you bend that slightly, so this gets pulled straight up, right? Like this is easy to pull up. But then if you like bend it a bit, like you were to bend it a bit, obviously I can't bend a bottle, but then lifting it up is not as easy. It's more difficult. So like bend it a bit and you lift it up. Less lift. Lift drag ratio 1. That can it even? I don't think it can exist. Well, we'll look soon. That's actually an interesting question. What happens if LD is 1? Lift to drag ratio. What happens when lift to drag ratio is a 1? Alright. Nobody asked this question. You're the first one. Where's this coming from? That's not part of the book. You have to copy the book exactly, bitch. I don't know if it's a good question. Maybe it's just a standard lift. And it's actually the worst question you could possibly ask. Alright, so lift drag ratio. The lift ratio was lift coefficient times density times velocity squared times something else. Times what? Times wing area divided by 2. The drag ratio is drag coefficient times density times v squared times wing area, or S, divided by 2. And then the lift drag ratio is lift ratio divided by drag ratio, which is lift coefficient times density, P, times V squared times S, wing area, divided by 2, divided by drag coefficient times density times wing area times velocity squared divided by 2. I'm not even halfway done, dude. Look at this. So, and this, the max lift coefficient is reached at roughly 19 degrees AOA. The max drag coefficient is reached at 9 degrees AOA. And the max LD in this graph is created at roughly 6 degrees angle of attack. AOA. So, you want to fly as much as possible with an angle of attack of 6 degrees because it's the most fuel efficient and it takes the least amount of speed to maintain your lift. And if the yellow line overcomes the red line, you're dead. Center of gravity is the point where all the weight of the aircraft is concentrated. Yeah. A state of equilibrium is achieved, which means that the aircraft is flying completely level, no lift. No altitude is gained or lost. If the lift overcomes the weight, then you lift. The weight overcomes the lift, then you lose altitude. rather than gaining it. Lift. So the pilot controls the lift with the yoke, which changes the angle of attack if you push it forward and backward. Yeah. Okay, yeah. In order to continuously create new lift, we already spoke about this. The airfoil, in this case, the little cock, must be attacking new air continuously, and then the split occurs. Blah blah. Lift is proportional to the square of aircraft velocity. So L is velocity squared. That's pretty important. Wait, so if you're going at 550, then your lift is 1,100. 1,100 what though? What unit is lift in aviation measured in? Meters per second. What? Everything is about feet and everything, and then suddenly it's meters per second? Are you fucking kidding me? Whatever. What unit is lift measured in? Can you please just give me an answer? Kilograms per cubic meter. Why is this shitty fandom website giving me a... L is half. I want to know the unit, please, not how it's calculated. Maybe they'll talk about it later. Density is affected by pressure, humidity, and temperature. Cold temperature means high density. So low temperature means high density. High temperature means low density. High pressure means high density. Low pressure means low density. High humidity means low density. At 18,000 feet, the density is roughly half as big as it is at 0 feet at sea level. And at a higher altitude, the airplane must fly at a greater airspeed to maintain lift. Wait, true airspeed for any given angle of attack to maintain its lift. Yeah, because of the density of the air. Lift varies with the wing area. If you compare wing area that's double as big as the previous one, it will be able to lift roughly 2 times as much. The wing area of 200 can lift twice as much as the wing area of 100. Yeah. Wingtip vortices. Well, I already explained how they happen, right? The high pressure wants to go to the low pressure, goes around the wing, and forms sort of a vortex at the trailing edge of the wing. And that can have very hazardous effects known as the wake turbulence. Oh, yeah, the heavier and slower an aircraft is, the stronger and heavier, or rather, the stronger the wing vortices get. Okay. The wake turbulence, guys. Okay, very important. All right, this is the most useless part of the entire thing, but it's very important. Don't fly behind an aircraft within 1,000 feet. Take off before. No. Take off after an aircraft took after the point where the prior aircraft took off from. Land after where the prior aircraft landing gear touched down. Okay? Very important. Give yourself as little room as possible to work with to make sure that you show people how good of a pilot you are. Then, wake turbulences can get pushed by the wind at a speed of 10 knots. It can roughly travel 1,000 feet per minute. Was there anything else? Oh yeah, you can also just wait 3 minutes. Oh, I forgot about the helicopter. Avoid hovering helicopters, guys. At least 3 rotor blade diameters, okay? Very important. Do not go directly under a helicopter when it's just hovering in the air. That is not common sense at all. So don't do it. The ground effect affects aircraft performance and aerodynamics performance because how the wind interacts with the wings mainly, but also the rest of the aircraft, but mainly the wings. Because the wind obviously is going to be hitting the ground rather than the aircraft, so everything is going to be a little bit different, which means oftentimes the aircraft wants to take off before a desired or required speed is achieved, which can lead to very slow or inability to take off. It also reduces it reduces the amount of power that you need to accelerate on the ground. Was there more? There was probably some more. Oh yeah, less angle of attack as well. Less induced drag. There was low AOA is needed to produce the same lift. Yeah, the reduction of a certain speed also means less power is required to fly at a certain speed. Indicated airspeed will be lower than normally required. Yeah. For an aircraft taken off, it requires an increased angle of attack because you're getting because the lift is harder to achieve. I don't know the rest. Experience an increase in induced drag and thrust required. Yeah. Yeah. So there's more drag, and that means you need more thrust to overcome that drag. Experience a decrease in stability. That sounds scary as fuck. I hope I'm not any part of that. Experience a reduction in static source pressure. What is static source pressure? The static pressure system is open to the aircraft's exterior through a small opening called static port, which allows sensing the ambient atmospheric pressure at the altitude to which the aircraft is flying. No clue. Also leads to an increase in the indicated airspeed. Yes, it needs to be faster. What is the instrument for indicated airspeed? IS, the airspeed of an aircraft as measured by its pitot static system and displayed by the airspeed indicator. It's so weird, dude. Why do you always need to have abbreviations for everything? The IIS is displayed on the ASI. How is that not confusing, dude? You're just playing like word scramble at that point. Our, IIS, RC. Ah! Fuck me, dude. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bearing test. Just to make sure I still somewhat understand what I'm doing. Alright, play the test. Display corrections. We're going slightly west, north a bit, flying up right, slightly west, north a bit, 7, 6. Fuck. Actually, a lot west. I never confused with that one. So we're going a little east, more north. We're flying level, so it must be 3. We're going a little east, a little quite a bit south. We're flying straight up, must be 4. Flying straight up, going southwest, must be 3. We're flying straight down. We're going a little bit west, mostly south. 7, 2. Fuck. Oh yeah, it's mostly west, a little bit south. This one goes a lot south. Am I that? We're going a little bit west and a lot south. We're flying down right, a little bit west, a lot south. So 4, 6. Oh no, it's not way. Oh, sorry. Let's restart. I completely misread the. It's completely no. This one is easy. We're flying top left, completely north. Can only be 2. We're flying straight right, mostly north, a bit east. Can only be 1. Flying straight, northwest, 2. Flying straight up, northeast, 2. Flying straight right, sorry, straight left, directly south, 7. Flying straight down, southwest, 2. Flying straight down, directly north, 7. Flying straight up, northeast, 2. Flying up left, mostly north, a bit east, 2. Flying left, mostly east, a bit south, 6. Flying down right, directly west, 4. Flying directly down, mostly south, a bit east, 5. Flying upright, mostly south, a bit west, mostly south, a bit west, 2. Flying down right, northwest, 2. Flying upright, mostly south, a bit west, 4. Flying up left, mostly south, a bit east, 6. Flying down left, directly north, 1. Down right, sorry. Yeah. Flying upright, mostly east, a bit south, upright, 5. Flying down right, mostly west, a bit north, mostly west, a bit north, 4, 3. Shit, I don't know, but between these two. But it makes sense because it was a lot of west, a little bit of north. This would be too much north. So it makes, because it's almost directly at W. Flying down right, mostly west, a bit north. 7. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm studying pilot. Pilot. Okay. I was pretty much done with this one, right? Yeah. Okay. So my study technique right now is I do a chapter, I write down what I think is important in a chapter, I review the chapter. Then at the end of the day, like before I go to bed, I review everything. Chapter 1 to the point where I've gotten, which takes the most amount of time, usually, roughly an hour. But I feel that's where my brain kind of takes in the most. So, okay, let's go to part 2. In which case, I need to save. New chapter 4 part aerodynamics of flight part 2. Let's go.
Axes of an aircraft will be
I wanna be the very best pilot.
covered more in depth in the flight.
Alright. So we got the pitching axis, up, down. We got the rolling axis, right, left. We got the yawing axis, which turns right now. So, the pitching axis spans from nose through center of gravity to the tail. The rolling axis spans from wing, center of gravity, through the other end of the wing. Yawing axis is directly vertical through center of gravity.
Controls chapter. However, it is important to know the 3 axes that an airplane can move on. The first is pitch. The pitch, or lateral axis, is the point that a plane will pitch its nose the airplane can move on.
Yeah. I think I already noticed, but this kind of thing, like if you really repeat things many times, it becomes kind of autonomous at that point, which is very nice when you have to work with a lot of information.
The first is pitch. The pitch, or lateral axis, is the point that a plane will pitch its nose up or down on. The roll, or longitudinal axis of an aircraft, is the point where the airplane will roll to the left or right.
I mean, it's kind of like PoE, right? It's a hardcore simulator. Like if your defenses and your judgment isn't top notch, your character moves to standard.
And the yaw, or
Sent to the void, bro. The Valdo's puzzle box.
vertical axis, is the axis that the plane will yaw on or move its nose left and right. It is also important to note that each of these lines runs through the airplane's center of gravity. Each aircraft responds to control inputs differently and therefore handles differently.
Jesus. 20 minutes this video. Fuck me in the ass, dude. What? Hey, where's the other picture? What the fuck? Oh. It just went on top of it.
For example, a smaller aircraft might respond rapidly to control inputs, while a large transport aircraft may feel sluggish and slow to respond to, smaller air inputs differently, and therefore
Different aircraft respond to inputs differently. Generally, smaller aircraft respond quicker and are easier to maneuver. How do you spell that? How do you spell maneuver? Maneuver. 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 Okay. Easier to maneuver than a larger aircraft.
handles differently. For example, a smaller aircraft might respond rapidly to control inputs, while a large transport aircraft may feel sluggish and slow to respond to inputs. These features can be designed into an aircraft to facilitate the particular purpose of the aircraft by considering certain stability and
These features can be intentionally inputted into an aircraft design.
maneuver facilitate the particular purpose of the aircraft by considering certain stability and maneuvering requirements. There are two types of stability: static and dynamic. Static stability types of stability. Considering certain stability and maneuvering requirements. There are two types of stability: static and dynamic. Static stability refers to the initial tendency or direction of movement back to equilibrium. The initial tendency, dynamic. Static stability refers to the initial tendency or direction of movement back to equilibrium. In aviation, it refers to the aircraft's initial response when disturbed from a given angle of attack, slip, or bank. In aviation, it refers to the aircraft's initial response when disturbed from a given angle of attack, slip, or bank.
When disturbed from an hour, slip, or bank.
Positive static stability of attack, aircraft's initial response when disturbed from a given angle of attack, slip, or bank.
I have no idea what a slip is. What is a slip? Slip is an aerodynamic condition of uncoordinated flight in which an aeroplane moves towards the inside of a turn, whilst moving somewhat sideways as well as forward. What does sideways and forward mean? Ah. All right, Gary, you're on. Nice.
By the wing in-flight maneuver video. In normal flight operations, climbing, descending, turning, cruise flight, and even landing without a wind, we always want to fly the airplane in a coordinated manner. Now that means that the ball, the inclinometer, is centered, and that means that the nose of the airplane is going in the same direction as our flight path. But there are exceptions to adhering to coordinated flight. One way we can lose altitude, increasing our descent rate without increasing our airspeed, is by flying the airplane in an uncoordinated manner. That is, slipping the airplane, literally flying the airplane somewhat sideways and creating drag. During landing, if we have any kind of a crosswind, we keep the wheels going straight by slipping the airplane, introducing aileron to stay over the center line and opposite rudder to slip the airplane and keep the nose pointed at the far end of the runway. Now, there are two kinds of slips: a side slip when our flight path is sidestepping left or right, and a forward slip in which our flight path remains the same over the ground. The textbook definition of a slip is when the bank angle is too steep for the rate of turn. A slip is when the nose of the airplane is outside or on the high side of the actual flight path of the airplane. Another way to think of it is that you use more high rudder, that is the rudder pedal closest to the sky, in a slip with the ball falling toward the ground, while in a skid you're using more low rudder, that is the rudder pedal closest to the ground with the ball high, resulting in the nose of the airplane being inside or on the low side of the flight.
I assume I don't really need to know this just yet. That sounds a little bit too technical.
Positive static stability is the initial tendency of the aircraft to return to the original state of equilibrium after being disturbed. Neutral static stability equilibrium as the initial tendency of the aircraft to return to the original state of equilibrium after being disturbed. Neutral static stability is the initial tendency of the aircraft to remain in a new condition after its equilibrium has been disturbed. Negative static stability is the initial tendency of the aircraft to continue away from the original state of equilibrium after being disturbed. Has tendency of the
I see, okay. Positive static what's it called? Stability.
The aircraft to return
Is the aircraft to return to its initial tendency after being it's not the right word.
Positive static stability is the initial tendency of the aircraft to return to the original state of equilibrium after being disturbed.
Mm. Being disturbed. Neutral static stability is the tendency to I don't know the
Neutral
wording. I know what it is, but I don't know the wording.
stability is the initial tendency of the aircraft to remain in a new condition after its
In a new condition after its equilibrium changed. Negative static stability, the tendency to continue and with the new condition, the equilibrium
has been disturbed. Negative static stability is the initial tendency of the aircraft to continue away from the original state of equilibrium after being disturbed. Dynamic stability refers to the aircraft response over time when disturbed from a given angle of attack, slip, or bank. Response over disturbed. Dynamic stability refers to the aircraft response over time when disturbed from a given angle of attack, slip, or bank. Dynamic stability refers to the aircraft response over time when disturbed from a given angle of attack, slip, or bank. This type of stability also has three subtypes: positive dynamic stability, neutral dynamic stability, and negative dynamic stability. stability. These act in the same way as the static subtypes, but these subtypes explain the same relation over time as shown on the above graph. Stability in an aircraft affects two areas significantly: movement in an aircraft over time, as shown on the above graph. Stability in an aircraft affects two areas significantly: movement and controllability. In designing an aircraft,
Yeah. We got a long way to go, my friends. A long, long way to go.
a great deal of effort is spent in developing the desired degree of stability around all three axes. But longitudinal stability about the lateral axis is considered to be the most affected by certain variables in various flight conditions. Is considered to be the most affected by certain variables in various flight conditions. Longitudinal stability is the quality that makes an aircraft stable about its lateral axis. An aircraft quality in various flight conditions. Longitudinal stability is the quality that makes an aircraft stable about its lateral axis.
How do you spell this word, dude?
An aircraft quality that makes an aircraft stable about its lateral axis. An aircraft with an unstable longitudinal axis will have a tendency to dive or climb and can become unsafe to fly. Static longitudinal stability or instability in an aircraft is dependent upon three factors: location of the wing, with respect to the center of gravity,
Location of the wing. Respect to the center of gravity.
location of the horizontal tail surfaces with respect to the center of gravity,
What?
location of the horizontal tail surfaces with
Location of the horizontal tail surfaces with respect to the
respect to the center of gravity, location of the horizontal tail surfaces with respect to the center of gravity, and the area or size of the tail surfaces.
and the area and or size of the tail surfaces.
The center of gravity, and the area or size of the tail surfaces. The above picture shows these forces balanced in flight. The center of lift in most asymmetrical airfoils has a tendency to change its fore and aft positions with a change in the angle of attack. The change in lift tends to move forward with an increase in angle of attack and to move aft with a decrease in angle of attack. This means that when the angle of attack of an airfoil is increased, the center of lift, by moving forward, tends to lift the leading edge of the wing still more. This tendency gives the wing an inherent quality of instability. By moving forward, tends to lift the leading edge of the wing still more. This tendency gives the wing an inherent quality of instability. Most aircraft are designed with a nose heavy or a center of gravity that is in front of the center of lift. Designed with a nose heavy or a center of gravity that is in front of the center of aircraft are designed with a nose heavy or a center of gravity that is in front of the center of lift. Nose heavy or a center of gravity. Most aircraft are designed with a nose heavy or a center of gravity that is in front of the center of lift. Even when the horizontal stabilizer is level during flight, downwash from the wings pushes the horizontal stabilizer down. Generally, the manufacturer of the aircraft will give the horizontal stabilizer an angle that will provide the most stability during flight at a given speed and power setting, as shown above. For a nose-heavy plane, when the airspeed is slow and there is less downwash on the tail, the nose will pitch over more aggressively. Thrust can also affect the longitudinal stability of an aircraft. Reduced power causes less downwash and causes the nose of a nose-heavy airplane to naturally pitch down, which is a desirable characteristic in an aircraft in order to make stall recovery easier, which is an ability of an aircraft. Reduced power causes less downwash and causes the nose of a nose-heavy airplane to naturally pitch down, which is a desirable characteristic in an aircraft in order to make stall recovery easier. Characters of a nose-heavy stability about the aircraft recovery, which is a desirable characteristic in an aircraft in order to make stall recovery easier. Stability about the aircraft's longitudinal axis, which extends from the nose of the aircraft to its tail, is called lateral stability. There are 4 main design factors that make an aircraft laterally stable:
4.
dihedral, sweep back, keel effect, and weight distribution.
What are you even smoking? Is that English?
A dihedral design is when the wings are connected to the fuselage. There are four main design factors that make an aircraft
Whoops.
laterally stable: dihedral, sweep back, keel effect, and weight distribution. A dihedral design is when the wings are connected to the fuselage a few degrees higher than from being perpendicular. Therefore, when the aircraft is viewed straight on, the wings point slightly upward like a V. The angle of attack stays high if one wing is lowered and will attempt to lift back to its stable position. If the other wing is lowered in the process, it will then be lower and raise up until the oscillations subside. In addition to a dihedral design, aircraft may also have wings that are swept back. This design allows the lower wing's leading edge to hit perpendicular to the relative wind. This causes greater lifting effect, and the wing restores to its original position. The relative wind. Dihedral design, aircraft may also have wings that are swept back. It will then be lower and high if one wing is lowered and will attempt to lift back to its stable position. If the other wing is lowered in the process, it will then be lower and raise up until the oscillations subside. In addition to a dihedral design, aircraft may also have wings that are swept back. This design allows the lower wing's leading edge to hit perpendicular to the relative wind. This causes greater lifting effect, and the wing restores to its original position. Causes wing's leading edge to hit perpendicular to the relative wind. Allows the lower wing's leading edge to hit perpendicular to the relative wind. This causes greater lifting effect, and the wing restores to its original position. An aircraft always has the tendency to turn the longitudinal axis of the aircraft.
Jesus. Relax with the information, man, woman.
Into the relative wind. This weather vane tendency is similar to the keel of a ship and exerts a steadying influence on the aircraft laterally about the longitudinal axis. When the wing dips, the weight of the lower half of the plane acts as a pendulum to steady the aircraft. This effect is called the keel effect, and its effectiveness can be changed by weight distribution to make more of the aircraft under the center of gravity. Plane longitudinal axis. Steadying influence on the aircraft laterally about the longitudinal axis. When the wing dips, the weight of the lower half of the plane acts as a pendulum. Wing dips, the weight of the lower half of the plane acts as a pendulum to steady the aircraft. This effect is called the axis. steadying influence on the aircraft laterally about the longitudinal axis. This weather vane tendency is similar to the keel of a ship and exerts a steadying influence on the aircraft laterally about the longitudinal.
Well, laterally. Laterally. It's just straight, right? Oh no, this is lateral.
Axis. When the wing dips, the weight of the lower half of the plane acts as a pendulum to steady the aircraft. Weight similar to the keel of a ship and exerts a steadying influence on the aircraft to the keel of a ship and exerts a steadying influence on the aircraft laterally about the longitudinal axis. Exerts a steadying influence on the aircraft laterally about the longitudinal axis. When the wing dips, the weight of the lower half of the effect is called the keel effect, and its effectiveness can be changed by weight distribution to make more of the aircraft under the center of gravity. Stability about the aircraft's vertical axis, the sideways moment, is called yawing or directional stability. Yawing or directional stability is the most easily achieved stability in aircraft design.
And why is it such a long chapter?
Because the vertical fin and the fuselage aft of the center of gravity are the main contributing parts that cause the aircraft to weather vane or point its nose into the wind. If the area of the fuselage to weather vane or point its
Oh, I see.
nose into the wind. If the area of the fuselage aft of the center of gravity is larger than in front of the center of gravity, the aircraft will be vertically stable. Larger than in If the area of the fuselage aft of the center of gravity is larger than in front of the center of gravity, the aircraft will be vertically stable. Also, to add to the stability, a vertical fin is added much like the feather on an arrow. The fin being placed on the tail helps keep the wind from yawing the aircraft to the left or right. Free directional oscillations, or Dutch roll, is the tendency of the aircraft to yaw and roll in a figure-8 formation. However, most aircraft are built with spiral instability instead. This instability causes the plane to yaw in one direction, and if not corrected, the aircraft will enter a deep spiral dive. However, this tendency is usually easily controlled by the pilot.
Really? Yeah, I feel you, brother.
Usually easily controlled by the pilot. An aircraft is not turned like a car or a boat. To turn, the aircraft must be banked. When the car or a boat, to turn, the aircraft must be banked. Turned like a car or a boat. To turn, the aircraft must be banked. When the aircraft
Wait.
However, this instability causes the plane to yaw and roll in a figure-8 head. This instability causes the plane to yaw in one direction, and if not corrected, the aircraft will enter a deep spiral dive. However, this tendency is usually easily controlled by the pilot. An aircraft is not turned like a car or a boat. To turn, the aircraft must be banked. When the aircraft is banked, the lift acting does not act straight up and down. In a turn, the lift component is broken up into a vertical and horizontal component. The horizontal component is banked. When the An aircraft is not turned like a car or a boat. To turn, the aircraft must be banked. When the aircraft is banked, the lift acting does not act straight up and down. In a turn, the lift component is broken up into a vertical and horizontal component. The horizontal component is the force that is involved with turning the plane to either side. If the lift and weight continued to act straight up and down in a bank, the plane would remain pointed in the same direction. The rudder is used to correct any deviation between the straight track of the nose and tail of the aircraft. A good turn is one in which the nose and tail of the aircraft track along the same path. One of the nose and tail of the aircraft. A good turn is one in which the nose and tail of the aircraft track along the same path. If no rudder is used in a turn, the nose of the aircraft yaws to the outside of the turn. The rudder is used to bring the nose back in line with the relative wind. The important thing to consider is that the horizontal lift component, not the rudder, is used to turn the plane. During a turn, not the rudder is used to turn the plane. horizontal lift component, not the rudder, is used to turn the plane. And weight, aircraft is a boat. To turn, the aircraft must be banked. When the aircraft is banked, the lift acting does not act straight up and down. In a turn, the lift component is broken up into a vertical and horizontal component. The horizontal component is the force that is involved with turning the plane to either side.
Yeah.
If the lift and weight continue to act, nose and tail is used in a turn, the nose of the aircraft yaws to the outside of the turn. In a turn, track a good turn between the straight track of the nose and tail of the aircraft. A good turn is one in which the nose and tail of the aircraft track along the same path. If no rudder is used, the tail of the aircraft track. A good turn is one in which the nose and tail of the aircraft track along the same path. If no rudder is used in a turn, the nose of the aircraft yaws to the outside of the turn. The rudder is used to bring the nose back in line with the relative wind. The important thing to consider is that the horizontal lift component, not the rudder, is used to turn the plane. During a turn, the aircraft loses some of its vertical lift, which requires back pressure on the elevator to maintain a consistent angle of attack. Offers back pressure on the elevator to maintain a consistent angle of attack. Also during a pressure on, the aircraft loses some of its vertical lift, which requires back pressure on the elevator to maintain a consistent angle of attack. Also during a turn, the increased drag causes the airplane to lose airspeed. If a constant speed, constant rate turn is required, then additional power may be needed. An aircraft is balanced whether it is in straight and level flight or in a climb.
What do you mean by diagonal in air? You mean how to fly straight? Or what?
However, to transition,
I mean, you guys have to remember this stuff. How long does the PPL take? Four to 6 months, guys. This is 4 to 6 months. You have to remember. And I'm already like like a fifth through this all in 2 days or less than 2 days. So you have to remember this is like quite a long time. And this is not all for this in particular. This is basics of aviation. Once you have the basics of aviation, all the other stuff comes much easier. And this is just concepts that you don't know. That's why it's very complicated. But once you know the basic concepts, the rest of the videos become much more clear and probably much easier to understand as well. Diagonal to change alliteration? You mean when it goes straight? You mean from going straight to banking, like to turning? You don't understand this? So if you bank, the airplane turns left, right? Which means the lift that originally just creates forces up and down now creates forces up and down, but also diagonally because of the turn. If it didn't, if there was no force diagonally, it would never turn. That's just simple physics. I mean, it is literally called turning an aircraft. It literally says here turn, you fuck. Rolling is literally the same as turning. No, you don't give it. No. I mean, of course, you have an engine running that gives you power, but that's not what's important in this aspect. Just look at this. Here. When you're flying straight, also known as level flight, it's just the lift up. The lift pulls you up, weight pulls you down. But when you fly horizontally, then these forces basically turn into two forces each. You see? The weight still pulls you down, but it also pulls you down horizontally. Same as the lift. It still lifts you up, but it also pushes you horizontally, which results in that motion. If you couldn't do that, you would literally never be able to turn the airplane. Ever.
From straight and left.
I don't know what you mean by an x coordinate. Like, let's say you're flying this way, but your destination is here. You obviously have to turn to get there. But you don't turn this way. You have to turn this way, because that's the only way airplanes can turn. Right? So
Level to a climb, there must
I mean, I'm probably not the best at explaining this just yet, so bear with me.
be back elevator pressure applied. When this happens, the wing climb, there must be back. However, balanced whether it an aircraft is balanced whether it is in straight and level flight or in a climb. However, to transition from straight and level to a climb, there must be back elevator pressure applied. When this happens, the wings have an increased angle of attack and momentarily generate more lift.
Climb, back pressure on elevator must be increased. This results into bigger.
If no power was added for the climb, the airspeed would gradually diminish because the thrust required for a climb is greater than the thrust required for level flight. An aircraft is able to climb at a certain airspeed only because of excess thrust.
Increased thrust is necessary during a climb because during a climb the plane naturally slows down.
When this thrust is gone, the aircraft will no longer be able to climb and will start to lose airspeed. This same principle is applicable to descents. During a descent, elevator pressure is applied forward, which causes the wings to momentarily have less lift. This causes the nose to drop, and the airplane will start to descend. This time, the power must be reduced to maintain a constant.
To descend. How do you write descent? Dude, why is everything spelled so weirdly? Descend. To descend, the opposite applies. Aircraft will naturally be faster, meaning thrust must be reduced. Forward pressure will be applied to the elevator.
Airspeed.
I mean, yawing isn't yawing just for the nose? That's what I thought. I thought the yaw just controls the nose. Like this, right?
When an aircraft
How about we just Google what makes an aircraft turn? Huh. What is yawing an aircraft? You know what I'm a bit confused by? Like if the yaw goes like this, right? Why can't you just yaw left and go left? Like, that's something I don't understand. Or is it just the nose that goes left? Which means you actually can't turn, but you would just fly straight but this way. Like a peg.
rapidly loses when an aircraft
No, so I think what happens is if you yaw. Why actually? Because if you yaw, the nose turn. What does it even mean? No, I need to actually understand this. Like, why can't I just look at this image, for example? Why can't I just yaw left or right? Like, why do I need to roll? Why can't yawing turn an airplane? This is used in combination with the ailerons. But why do I need the ailerons? That's what I don't understand. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Why can't it just go like this? Let's say I want to go this way. Why can't I just use left rudder and I go like this? Why do I have to go? That's what I don't get. Because in my head, yawing makes the airplane go left. So why can't I go left that way? Like a wrist, right? They don't explain anything. Ah, you use the rudder control for your control, and you can turn this way. However, this bleeds off a lot of energy if you're going to turn a significant angle. It is also very slow for most aircraft designs. Details for stability. Aircraft want to travel in a straight line. So basically they just do it because it's not efficient. Okay. So it's just about the force. Okay. So I didn't misunderstand it. It's just a matter of efficiency. Okay. All right. That makes sense.
Airspeed. When an aircraft rapidly loses lift on its wings, a
It's all about the force, Jensen. The Jedi were right, and we were left. I bet you didn't expect that, huh?
stall occurs because the craft rapid speed. When an aircraft rapidly loses lift on its wings, a stall occurs because the critical angle of attack for the airfoil has been reached. Stalls are because the critical angle of attack for the airfoil has been reached. Stall occurs because the critical angle of attack for the airfoil has been reached. Because the critical angle of attack for the airfoil has been reached. Stalls are one of the most misunderstood areas of aerodynamics because pilots often believe an airfoil stops producing lift when it stalls. In a stall, the wing does not totally stop producing lift. Rather, it cannot generate adequate lift to sustain level flight.
During a stall, wings still produce lift. However, the amount is not enough.
In a stall, the wing does not totally stop producing lift. Rather, it cannot generate adequate lift to sustain level flight. Most aircraft are designed to stall from the wing root out to the wing tip. This provides the ailerons to have some authority during a stall. Wing tip. Most aircraft are designed to stall from the wing root out to the wing tip. This provides the ailerons to have some authority during a stall.
Because of the airplane design, ailerons can be used to influence aircraft during stall.
The stalling speed of a particular aircraft is not a fixed value for all. The stalling speed of a particular
Yeah. I mean, of course, on a bicycle you do it. But it doesn't mean an airplane necessarily needs to, function the same as a bicycle.
aircraft is not a fixed value for all. The stalling speed of a particular aircraft is not a fixed value for all flight situations. situations. Stalling speed of a particular aircraft is not a fixed value for all flight situations. But a given aircraft always stalls at the same angle of attack regardless of airspeed, weight, load factor, or density altitude.
Dude, I'm having a déjà vu right now. Shit. The same aircraft will always stall at the same AOA.
Regardless of airspeed, weight, load factor, or density attack, regardless of airspeed, weight, load factor, or density altitude. A stall, airspeed, weight, load, the same angle of attack, regardless of airspeed, weight, load factor, or density altitude. A stall can happen at low or high speeds or density altitude. A stall can happen at low or high speeds and during turns, not just when the aircraft is flying slowly.
Oh shit, dude. Imagine it stalls. Oh, fucking hell.
In the picture above, the pilot is traveling at 100 knots, but pulls back on the elevator sharply. The result is that because gravity and centrifugal force prevent the aircraft from
I thought it was called centrifugal. Centrifugal.
immediately changing directions, so the angle of attack is increased from low to very high, and the aircraft could stall. Increased from low to very changing is that because gravity but pulls back on the elevator sharply. The result is that because gravity and centrifugal force prevent the aircraft from immediately changing directions, so the angle of attack is increased from low to very high, and the aircraft could stall. When centrifugal forces are added, such as in a turn, the stall speed increases. Most training added, such as in a turn, the stall speed increases. Most training aircraft are built
Oh shit, now we're talking about training aircraft. Holy shit, don't kill me with a stall, please.
with the center of gravity in front increases. Most training aircraft are built with the center of gravity in front of the center of lift. This forces are added, such as in a turn, the stall speed increases. Most training aircraft are built with the center of gravity in front of the center of lift. This means that during a stall, the aircraft will rotate about its center of gravity and nose down. This condition is better than having the center of gravity behind the center of lift, because if the nose cannot pitch down during a stall, the aircraft will remain in a stalled state until it contacts the ground.
Holy shit, dude. Fuck. Can you guys imagine that? Like, you can't actually do anything, you're just stalled and you just die. Dude. Fuck me.
Most training aircraft are built with the center of gravity in front of the center of lift. This means that during a stall, the aircraft will rotate about its center of gravity and nose down. The aircraft will rotate about its center of gravity and nose down. This condition is better than having the center of gravity behind the center of lift, because if the nose cannot pitch down during a stall, the aircraft will remain in a stalled state until it contacts the ground. If ice is allowed to accumulate on the aircraft during flight, the weight of the aircraft is increased, while the ability to generate lift is decreased. As little as 0.8 millimeters of ice on the upper wing surface increases drag and reduces aircraft lift by 25%.
Oh shit, dude.
Increased aircraft is increased, while the ability to generate lift is decreased. If ice is allowed to accumulate on the aircraft during flight, the weight of the aircraft is increased, while the ability to generate
How do you write that? Dude, why is aviation using all these complicated words? Accumulate. Ah. Accumulate. Accumulate. I see, not accumulate. That makes sense. If ice accumulate, airplane weight increases and lift decreases. As little as 0.8 mm of ice can decrease drag significantly and reduce lifting ability by roughly 25%.
generate lift is decreased. As little as 0.8 millimeters of ice on the upper wing surface increases drag and reduces aircraft lift by 25%. Pilots can encounter icing in any season, anywhere in the country, at altitudes of up to 18,000 feet and sometimes higher.
Icing can occur anywhere at any time.
The aircraft propeller consists of 2 or more.
Dude, this is just 2 out of 3, man. What the hell? Jesus Christ, talk about the complex machinery.
More blades and a central hub to which the blades are attached. Each blade of an aircraft propeller is essentially a rotating wing.
Each blade acts as a rotating wing.
As a result of their construction, the propeller blades
I feel like the jet engine, that's the thing. All these concepts are very similar, you know? So the jet engine is gonna probably work very similarly to the propeller. Like, it's different in essence, but how it works is probably the same.
are like airfoils and produce forces that create the thrust to pull or push the aircraft through the air.
Which create the forces that push or pull the aircraft through the air. I mean, no, I already did landing gear. Landing gear was part of the first one.
A cross-section of the blade shows that the top surface has a camber much like the top of the wing, and the bottom is flat, much like the bottom of a wing. The wing section of the blade shows that the top or push the aircraft through the air. A cross-section of the blade shows that the top surface has a camber much like the top of the wing, and the bottom is flat, much like the bottom of a wing. The chord line in a propeller is the line drawn from the leading edge to the trailing edge. On a propeller, the thicker end, leading edge, to the trailing edge. On a propeller, the thicker end is the leading edge. As shown above, each section of a propeller blade moves downward and forward.
Fuck, dude. I hate these images, man. There's so much information on these images. Fuck.
Each section. As shown above, each section of a propeller blade moves down.
And the real problem with these videos is there's so much information in her words, but there's also so much information on the screen. So you have to kind of like debunk both.
Downward and forward. The angle of a propeller. As shown above, each section of a propeller blade moves downward and forward. The angle that the propeller strikes the relative wind is its angle of attack, which produces thrust. Also, this blade's camber acts just like a wing to create forward lift. The pitch or blade angle says how much of a bite the propeller has or how much air it handles in one rotation. On most smaller aircraft, the pitch or blade angle is set and cannot be changed. But in larger aircraft, the pilot may change this to adjust the load on the propeller and to control engine RPM. These propeller systems are called constant speed propellers. Propeller systems are called constant speed propellers, engine RPM. These propellers to adjust the load on the propeller and to control engine RPM. These propeller systems are called constant speed propellers.
Do I need to know? That's the thing. You never know what you need to know. Like, why?
On also, this of wind ward and forward above each edge. As shown above, each section of a propeller blade moves downward and forward. The angle that the propeller strikes the relative wind is its angle of attack, which produces thrust. Also, this blade's camber acts just like a wing to create forward lift.
But you guys do, like, anybody that doesn't know about this, you have to admit the way aircraft are designed is incredibly smart. Like, with all these shapes and forms and the way it's designed, it's incredibly smart. And there's so much, like, technicalities going into it. Like, you don't really think about it. If you see a plane on the outside, you're like, oh, wow, that looks sick. But from the inside, man.
The pitch or blade angle says how much of a bite the propeller has or how much air it handles in one rotation. On most smaller aircraft, the pitch or blade angle is set and cannot be changed. But in larger aircraft, the pilot may change this to adjust the load on the propeller and to control engine RPM. These propeller systems are called constant speed propellers. These this to adjust the load on the propeller and to control engine RPM. These propel this to adjust the load on the propeller and to control engine RPM. These propeller systems are called constant speed propellers. Propeller efficiency can range anywhere from 50.
Stop saying propeller! Jesus! I fucking hate that word. Propeller, 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 propeller. But this whole thing is just about propellers. Oh my god, it's another like 5 minutes.
Propeller efficiency can range anywhere from 50.
That's very inefficient, to be honest. Only 87% propeller efficiency? Work on your game.
To 87%, depending on how much it slips.
The propeller efficiency depends on the amount of slip.
Propeller slip is the difference between the geometric pitch of the propeller and its effective pitch. Is the difference between the geometric pitch of the propeller slip is the difference between the geometric pitch of the propeller.
I mean, most aviation airplanes are very different from this. I mean, I'm sorry, most airline airplanes. This is just basics of how everything works. So I'm sure like this entire chapter is completely worthless, or most of it anyway, for airline pilots.
Slip is the difference between the how much it slips. Propeller slip is the difference between the geometric pitch of the propeller and its effective pitch. The difference is geometric pitch refers to the theoretical distance a blade should travel through the air. Refers to the theoretical distance a blade should travel through the air, and the effective pitch is the amount the blade actually travels. If the effective pitch is in a shorter amount of time than the geometric pitch, the propeller travels through the air too quickly. Amount of time is the amount the blade actually travels. If the effective pitch is in a shorter amount of time than the geometric pitch, the propeller travels through the air too quickly, and that is referred to as a slip. Quickly, time than the blade actually travels. If the effective pitch is in a shorter amount of time than the geometric pitch, actually travels. If the effective pitch is in a shorter amount of time than the geometric pitch, the propeller travels through the air too quickly, and that is referred
Ah. More than anything, I feel like I'm massively increasing my keyboard writing speed.
to as a slip.
Bro, how much do you want to tell me about propellers?
The reason a propeller is twisted is to ensure that when the blade is spinning, the angle of attack
Fuck your propellers. Holy shit, that image is huge.
of the blade to the air stays the same when the reason a propeller is twisted is to ensure that when the blade is spinning, the angle of attack of the blade to the air stays the same.
I'm just gonna use the hour. I'm a real pilot now because I say hour and IS and ISA or whatever.
If the blade
I mean, it was here, right? It lifts the plane because of the camber angle here. So how it works is the air. Can you see my mouse, by the way? Can you see my mouse? So the wind gets cut into half. Then you have some wind on the bottom and some wind on the top, right? That creates two different pressure zones. High pressure and low pressure. The low pressure is called, you can read up on it, it's called the Magnus effect. Creates an upward lift. So it's going to push it that way. And the downward pressure, because it's higher, pushes against the camber and pushes it up that way as well. So pretty much like a wing, it gets pushed up. But for sure, the propeller creates way less lift than the wing does. Like, I don't know how much less, but I would imagine quite a bit less. My simple explanation is just it gets cut into half, which creates different pressure zones. Thus, it gets pushed up. I love that word, Magnus effect. Like, you know, everything is way easier to explain when you have like an interesting name behind it, you know? For example, the Bernoulli principle. You know, that the higher speed a fluid travels at, the less its pressure is. Like, you'll remember that forever just because of the name behind it. But all these like propeller basics and all that, it's so hard to remember because it's just so, like, it all sounds the same after a while, you know?
were not twisted, for example.
Like, this is what I hate about studying, when you just have to, like, hammer it into your head. Whereas other, more intuitive studying, like, for example, these principles, like Newton laws and stuff, it's much more fun to learn about those because, I mean, it doesn't just sound like white noise at some point. I don't know if that makes sense.
The part of the blade near the hub would be traveling slower than the part of the blade near the tip.
Yeah, of course.
This causes the part of the blade near the hub to potentially have a negative angle of attack, and the part near the tip to have a high angle of attack and be stalled during cruise. Therefore, to maximize the efficiency of the blade is twisted.
To maximize efficiency of the blades, if the blade was not twisted, how is it
The
part even called?
would be traveling. The blade were not twisted, for example. The part of the blade near the hub
Part near the hub would have a negative AOA. The part near the tip would have a much higher AOA.
hub would be traveling slower than the part of the blade really have an attack and be the blade torque cruise.
Would travel slower and thus have a negative AOA. Would travel faster. Thus.
Therefore, to maximize the efficiency to the pilot, torque or the left turning tendency of the airplane is made up of 4 elements which cause or produce a twisting or is pilot.
Fuck, man.
The blade is twisted.
Your mom creates torque.
To the pilot, torque, or the left turning tendency of the airplane, pilot, torque, or the left turning tendency of the airplane, is made up of 4 elements which cause or turning tendency of the airplane is made up of 4 elements which cause or produce a twisting or rotating motion around at least one of the airplane's 3 axes. These 4 elements are torque reaction from engine and propeller, corkscrewing effect of the slipstream, gyroscopic action of the propeller, and asymmetrical loading of the propeller, or P factor.
What do you mean, or P factor? That doesn't sound the same at all. P factor your ass. Don't just make up words, man.
Torque and asymmetrical loading, engine and propeller. These 4 elements are torque reaction from engine and propeller,
Okay. Torque reaction from engine and propeller.
corkscrewing effect of the slipstream,
Okay. Of the slipstream.
gyroscopic action of the propeller,
Gyroscopic action of the propeller. The propeller is actually griefing, dude. How is the propeller griefing twice on the airplane? Like, no wonder modern airplanes don't have fucking propellers anymore. They're fucking griefing.
and asymmetrical loading of the propeller, or
What? It griefs 3 times. The propeller griefs 3 out of 4 times, dude. What the fuck?
P factor, propeller, and asymmetrical loading of the propeller,
Asymmetrical loading of the propeller. What a joke. Fuck the propeller.
or P factor.
It's incredible how much I went through already. Yeah. Okay. Okay, somebody said something. The fuck shows the resultant force in the opposite direction to the angle and determine what the bearing axis is in anti-clockwise direction as a result. Why they're being discontinued?
Torque reaction causes the aircraft to roll because the engine components are torque react asymmetric causes the aircraft to roll.
Okay, okay. Let's go to a new page. Torque reaction causes the aircraft to roll. What the fuck? She got chopped up to pieces or what? Like shish kebab?
Because the engine components are moving in one direction. So, according to Newton's third law of physics, on the airplane above, there must be an equal and opposite reaction. Components are moving in one direction, so causes the aircraft to roll. Because the engine components are moving in one direction.
This happens because of Newton's law of motion. The engine components move into one direction, which causes an equal and opposite reaction.
So, according to Newton's roll, because the engine components are moving in one direction. So, according to Newton's third law of physics, on the airplane above, there must be an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, but it also means that she got minced up to meat, right? Because if the propeller isn't moving, nothing will happen. But if it's moving, how do you not hear that? Like, so close to propeller. Like, did you get sucked in or what?
Most newer.
It's like, and then probably, oh, dude, imagine she gets sucked in, legs first, and then the legs get chopped up. And she's like, and then slowly it goes to like, you know, the upper parts of your legs.
Aircraft are built with their engines offset to counteract this tendency.
That's fucking scary, dude.
When the airplane is on the ground, this roll tendency counteracts. Most newer aircraft are built with their engines offset to counteract this tendency. Most newer aircraft are built with their engines offset to counteract this tendency.
Wow.
When the airplane is on the ground, this roll tendency is translated to the vertical axis and causes yaw.
On the ground, this is translated to the vertical axis instead. It will cause a yaw to the left.
During takeoff, this yaw tendency is canceled by the pilot's use of rudder.
During takeoff, this tendency is handled. Dude, you would never think about this. You see an airplane, there's no way you ever think about this stuff.
Because of the high-speed rotation of the
Or at least I wouldn't. No, I'm not enrolled. But I'm planning to soon. Actually, so here's what happened. I was about to take the flight school test to enroll in. Like the aptitude test, whatever. But then I got a message from Scoot. And I'm invited to their assessment center. So I'm going there next week. And then we see what happens. I mean, that would be insane. And insanely lucky too, because the biggest fear from what I know and understand of pilots is not being able to find a job after training. So if I get lucky enough to get chosen by Scoot, that would be pretty insane. Because then you can purely just focus on studying. You don't have to focus on anything else. Takes so much pressure away.
Blade, the slipstream ends up being a corkscrew, which yaws the aircraft about its vertical axis. The more compact the spiral, the more predominant the force. Because of the high-speed rotation of the blade, the slipstream ends up being a corkscrew, with rotation of the blade, the slipstream ends up being a corkscrew, which yaws the aircraft about its vertical axis. The more compact the spiral, the more predominant the force. The more compact the spiral, the more predominant the force. However, as speed increases, the corkscrew elongates and becomes less effective.
What did you say?
As speed increases, the corkscrew elongates and becomes less effective. When airborne, this effect also causes the aircraft to roll on its longitudinal axis. Airborne, this effect also causes the aircraft to roll on its longitudinal axis. The rolling moment caused
Longitudinal axis.
by the corkscrew flow of the slipstream is to the right. The rolling moment caused by the corkscrew flow of the slipstream is to the right. While the rolling moment caused by the torque reaction is to the left. While the rolling moment caused by the torque reaction is to the left. To the right, while the rolling moment caused by the torque
By the rolling moment caused by the
reaction is to the left.
torque reaction is to the left. Doesn't it cancel each other out then? Maybe not.
These forces would seem to cancel each other out,
Thank you.
but they vary greatly, and it is the pilot's responsibility to control each tendency. Regardless of which is more prominent. To understand gyroscopic action,
Well, apparently this is wrong though. Yeah, so apparently there's a new. Wait, let's see. Ah, That's the only wrong thing. It yaws to the left instead of the right. Fuck me, dude. All right, here we go. What happened? Or is this a sign that I need to go play games or what? Astronauts of Veda gameplay? How did that happen?
To the torque reaction is to the more prominent. To understand gyroscopic action, you must first understand how gyroscopes respond to forces. The picture on the top shows a force being applied to a gyroscope. From the force acting upwards on the gyroscope, it should be noted that the response is yaw instead of the expected pitching motion. This is because when a gyroscope is spinning, the resultant force always takes place 90 degrees in the direction the gyroscope is spinning. In an aircraft, we can simulate that same force by pitching the nose up and down. The applied force is from the tail of the aircraft. In an aircraft, always takes place when the gyroscope is spinning pitching motion. This is because when a gyroscope is spinning, the resultant force always takes place 90 degrees acting upwards on the gyroscope. Force being applied to a gyroscope respond to forces. The picture on the top shows a force being applied to a gyroscope. From the force acting upwards on the gyroscope, it should be noted that the response is yaw instead of the expected pitching motion. This is because when a gyroscope is spinning, the resultant force always takes place 90 degrees in the direction the gyroscope is spinning. In an aircraft, we takes place 90 degrees in the direction the gyroscope is spinning. In an air
Yeah.
aircraft, we
Hey Jensen, do you know how long the season is for PoE? I still have some Uber bosses to kill.
can simulate that same force by pitching the nose up and down. The applied force is from the tail of the aircraft nose, and force
The season. Like, I don't want to get pushed to standard.
always takes place 90 degrees in the direction the gyroscope is spinning. In an aircraft, we can simulate that same force by pitching the nose up and down. The applied force is from the tail of the aircraft, and the resulting force takes effect 90 degrees in the direction the propeller is spinning. In this case, counterclockwise.
So when you apply force up, it should rotate right. And you apply force down, it should rotate left. If it rotates left, then the yaw is right. If it rotates right, then the yaw is left.
From the pilot's view, and therefore the plane would yaw to the right.
That's a minus point for you.
The pilot must control this motion with proper use of the elevator and the rudder.
But they wouldn't end the season just because of that, right?
When an aircraft is flying at a high angle of attack, the blade of the propeller moving downward has a bigger bite than the blade moving upward. This causes the center of thrust to be
And again, getting greased by the propeller.
angle of attack. The blade of the propeller moving downward has a bigger bite than the blade moving up.
3 out of 4 times the propeller grieves, dude.
Upward. This causes the center of thrust to be moved to the right side of the prop disc area, which causes a yawing movement to be moved than the blade moving upward. This causes the center of thrust to be moved to the right side of the prop disc area, which causes a yawing movement toward the left. The reason is that the blade moving downward has a greater speed through the air because it's moving into the wind, while the blade moving up travels with the wind. Because the propeller is an airfoil, the faster the blade moves through the air, the more lift it produces. Therefore, the faster moving blade causes an unbalanced forward thrust, called P factor, or the asymmetric into the area, which causes a yawing movement toward the left. The reason is that the blade moving downward has a greater speed through the air because it's moving into the wind, while the blade moving up travels with the wind. Because the propeller is while the has a greater speed through the air because it's moving into the wind, while the blade moving up travels with the wind. Because the propeller is an airfoil, the faster the blade moves through the air, the more lift it produces. Therefore, the faster moving blade causes an unbalanced forward thrust. Called P factor, or the asymmetrical loading of the propeller. Please.
Nice. Now I just have like 20 pages to read.
Please help.
Oh, it's part 2 only, guys. Woo! Fuck me. Alright. Different aircraft respond to different inputs differently. Small aircraft are generally more maneuverable and respond to inputs faster and more easily, whereas bigger aircraft will take a longer. Yeah. These features can occur naturally, but they can also be intentionally input to facilitate an aircraft's purpose. You can make a bigger plane intentionally small, slow, fast. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, stability types. Static and dynamic stability. Static ability refers to the ability of the aircraft to return back to equilibrium, right? To the moment before it was disturbed. In aviation, this refers to the aircraft's initial response when disturbed from an angle of attack, slip, or bank. Okay, so we have the positive static stability, which is the tendency of the aircraft to go back into its initial position before being disturbed. The neutral static stability is the tendency to stay within the new position that was, or the new position after the disturbance. And the negative static stability is the tendency to keep moving away from the initial position you were in. Yeah, okay, good. Then we have the dynamic stability, and it's the same as the static stability, but it happens over time. So same as the static one. The positive dynamic will bring it back to its initial position. The neutral will keep it in the new position, and the negative will make it continue going towards the path of the new position. Oh yeah, and stability mostly impacts movement and controllability of an aircraft, which makes sense. If you're not stable, you can't move. It's the same as a human body, really. Longitudinal stability, pitching. This is the most easily affected out of all the stabilities in an aircraft during various flight conditions. Longitudinal stability is the one that makes it stable about its lateral axis. This one. If the axis is unstable, it can climb or descend, which is something you don't want. Oh, well, I guess dive is a more appropriate word. The stability is dependent on 3 factors, which I completely forgot already. Location of the wing with respect to the center of gravity. Location of the horizontal tail surface. So location of the wing, okay. Location of the horizontal tail surface, okay. And the area and side of the tail surface. So a huge ass is gonna imbalance it, obviously. And a small ass might also imbalance it. Okay. Gotcha. We're trying, man. We're trying. This is tough. I'm basically... What I'm doing right now is... yeah. I'm trying to get through these 406 pages of pure information right now. And yeah, I mean, we'll see how that goes. I don't think I need this information just yet, but I just wanna... I mean, admittedly, I'm actually quite interested in this aviation stuff now. Not only because I want to work as a pilot in the future, but I feel like the design of these things it's very smart. You know, I didn't realize before how much thinking and technical finesse went into designing all these. It's actually quite fun to learn about it. Oh no, graduated? We didn't even start yet. So what happened is I was about to enroll into a flight school, but then an airline got back to me because I applied for their cadet program. So I'm going to the assessment center next week. And then we see what happens, man. No, I'm good. I much rather fly the thing than build the thing. Because I feel like if I build the thing and I fuck up, I'll kill everybody. But if I fly the thing, I can save everybody. You know? I feel like it's much easier to kill people when you build it rather than flying it. No, cadet program is not always free. Actually, most cadet programs nowadays aren't free anymore. The big upside to a cadet program is that you actually have a job after you graduate, which is the biggest uncertainty in this industry. And it's very scary. Like, if you have a cadet program insured, that means 100% you got a job, right? Like, you purely focus on studying. Whereas if you don't have that, then halfway through flight school, you already need to start applying everywhere. And that's a huge amount of time, and it's a huge amount of pressure additionally on already a very fast-paced program. So apparently, according to statistics, more than 90% of students drop out halfway through. And then like another 5 or 6%, I think I read, or something along those lines, I'm not entirely sure, can't finish the tests. So it's like within the single digit, the people that actually graduate from these programs. That was in the past, Jensen. That was in the past when people weren't so profit minded. Of course, they're asking too much. I personally think all this stuff is stupid. The problem is, this is called the quote-unquote accelerated program, right? Which means you have to cramp in like 3+ years of studying, training, and skill enhancing into just 16 months. So most people can't cope with the stress it gives you. They can't learn fast enough. They can't keep up with studies. The mental health is deteriorating. There's so many reasons why you drop out, right? Like this is gonna be torture. I already know, 100%. Like I'm gonna feel like absolute garbage throughout all of it, probably. So, location of the wing with respect to the center of gravity. Location of the tail with respect to center of gravity and the size of the tail. The center of lift changes forward when the attack or angle of attack is increased, and backwards when the angle is decreased. Yeah. And if this center of lift moves too far forward into the wing's leading edge, that can introduce instabilities. Army Commando. You know, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I think the highest ranking officers, no disrespect to anyone, but I think there's people out there that could be way better officers than them, but they just never get the chance to. You know, because they're like these are all very unnecessary walls, in my opinion, that they're upputting. Like all this mental pressure and all these like problems that don't need to be there, right? Like they inhibit people from actually harnessing their full potential. Because it is fucked up. Like just because you can't pass this doesn't mean you're a bad pilot, for example. You know, it might mean you're a bad student, but you could be an amazing pilot. Who knows? Longitudinal stability. So that's the... Oh, it's still the same. Yeah, I was wondering why they suddenly named differently. Nice. So most training airplanes have a slightly pushed forward center of gravity, which helps in cases of stalls because the aircraft will turn around it or about itself, putting the nose downward, which helps restore recoveries. Yeah. Most aircraft are designed nose heavy over the CG in front of the center of this, right? Reduce downward should design. Reduce the downward because your nose is pointing forward, right? Yeah, that makes stall recovery easier. But it kind of sounds like taking off is going to be harder. Or central stability rolling. So right, left. Horizontal axis. Okay. So a dihedral stability or design rather is a design where the wings are in a V shape, and this helps because at a higher angle of attack there is more force that pushes the wing up, and there's less force that opposes that lift up of that wing of the other wing, which means it will go back to equilibrium easier, or rather naturally. And then The other design is wings so forward. Ah, shit. Oh, sweep back. It's called. That's right. That is a sweep back design. I mean, the good thing is that most tests are gonna be multiple choice questions. So hopefully it will help me. Oh. Well, this is for PPL right now. But I mean, everybody starts with a PPL. No matter what you do, you gotta get that license first. I was so good with the cubes, man, and now I don't need it anymore. That was such a massive time waste, actually. I mean, it did help my perception, but yeah. So this means that I need to read up on it again. The wing with the greater angle of attack and the wing with the lower will both attempt to produce better stability. Yeah. Swept back wings cause the lower wings leading edge to hit perpendicular to the relative wind. So the lower wings. This causes greater lifting effect and the wing returns back to its original position. Ah. Ah. Wakata. Now I understand. Okay, I have to make sure. Because, I mean, I know what it means. A perpendicular is a straight up, straight down. Yeah. Because it creates a lifting effect and the wing returns back to its original position. Boom. Lateral stability rolling. So it's going to be the side view. Center of gravity. This design exerts a steadying influence laterally about the longitudinal pitching axis. So these, when the plane dips, the bottom half of the plane. Ah, that's right. Okay, now it comes back. The bottom half of the plane will act as sort of a pendulum to wiggle it back into stability. And what was that thing called again? A keel effect. The keel effect. The keel effect is when a plane dips due to design, the center of gravity is that the lower part further up. That means the lower part is heavier, so it kind of pendles itself back on stability. The keel effect. Keel. Vertical stability. No. There was one more. Weight distribution. Did I miss one?
The craft are built with spiral instability craft laterally. If this position into the about the longitudinal axis, a pendulum to steady the aircraft. This effect is called the keel effect, and its effectiveness can be changed by weight distribution to make more of the aircraft under the center of gravity.
All right. This effect can be enhanced by putting more of the aircraft under the center of gravity. That's right. Did I misspell it? I definitely misspelled it. The pendulum. All right, the vertical stability, yawing. What was it again? If the center of gravity is in front of the fuselage, then stability is achieved. Was it? If area of fuselage is larger after center of gravity than before center of gravity, airplane will be vertically stable. To further enhance stability, you add the little wing thing. What's it called? Tip? Which stops the wind from yawing the aircraft left or right, yeah. But this design also introduces spiral instability, which can cause a spiral dive. But apparently, I don't know, it's pretty easily controlled by pilots. Carpaccia. Oh, the forces of turn, that's right. To turn, an aircraft has to bank. It doesn't have to bank. This is like a false statement. It doesn't have to bank. It doesn't, it's not true. It must be banked is wrong. It's like it can be banked or should be banked, but it doesn't have to do it. Because when you bank it, the lift and weight split up into multiple different forces. Includes the load and the horizontal lift. The horizontal lift is what turns the aircraft. And the centrifugal force will be equal. Was it equal? Horizontal lift in a normal turn, slipping turn. Horizontal lift component is used to turn the plane, not the rudder. Got it. During a bank, the lift acting is not straight up and down anymore. Instead, the lift component is broken up into vertical and horizontal components. Horizontal components the force that makes the plane turn. That's right. Yep. In a good turn, the nose and tail are in line on the same path. And is accomplished by using the rudder to put the nose in the same path as the tail. During turn, the plane loses lift, which means you need to increase your angle of attack. Sorry, you must pitch the aircraft to maintain angle of attack. Otherwise, you would sink. You also introduce more drag, so the airplane slows down, which might result in you having to add additional speed in order to maintain the same airspeed. Apparently, I didn't even know it existed. Forces in climbs or descents. Climb, you have to pull back on the yoke, which increases back pressure on the elevator, which will introduce a bigger hour, which results into lift. During the lift, you lose speed, and well, you need to use more engine power to counteract this. And during a descent, it's the opposite. You gain speed, so you need to reduce the thrust in order to counteract this. Oh yeah, and obviously you apply forward pressure on the elevator. But I feel like so many of these things are just like self-explanatory. I don't even know why I wrote them down. I feel like my notes aren't the most thought through necessarily. But I mean, it is still important to know. But the thing is, you kind of know already. A stall occurs when the aircraft rapidly loses lift on its wings. That's all I know. Because the critical angle of attack for the airfoil has been reached. That's right. There's like an angle of attack where the stall gets introduced. During is still... Oh, fuck, dude. During a stall. Wings still produce lift, but not enough to lift the plane. Or to maintain the level of current flight. Because of airplane design, ailerons can be used to influence the aircraft during a stall. I don't know how much it actually does, though. I don't know how bad a stall is. Stalling speed for different aircrafts are not fixed values for all different flight situations. They can always change. That's pretty scary. But the same aircraft will always have the same critical angle of attack. So it will always stall at the same angle of attack. So it's the same design, obviously. It is all regardless of weight, load, density, altitude, or airspeed. So this is the kind of thing where multiple choice questions should make this really easy. You know, they'll ask something like, I don't know, what happens when a stall occurs or something, you know? And then they'll like say 3 stupid things, and the one thing will be the critical angle of attack has been reached or whatever, you know? So that should be quite simple in theory. No, I think a stall can still be handled. Like, it's not an instant GG. It's more like a crisis, but it can happen. Can you imagine a stall during a turn, dude? That's fucking scary, probably. So as the bank angle increases, the stall speed also increases. What does stall speed mean? What is a stalling speed in aviation? Oh, stall speed is defined as the minimum steady. Oh, holy shit, dude. You need to be 100 plus knots fast? Jesus Christ, man. If you're a little bit too slow, you're just dead. Stall speed increases with increased bank angle. Because of the center of gravity, that's in front of the center of lift. We already spoke about that before. The aircraft has a nose down attitude, which means during a stall, it will rotate about itself, nose down, which is the preferred outcome. Because if the nose is not down, you can't control the airplane until you go flat. Okay, then another reason for stalls is that when icing happens, like even a small layer of ice, how much was it? 0.8 millimeters of ice can reduce or induce more drag and reduce the lift by up to 25%, which is a lot. A lot of percentage. And icing can occur anywhere, at any time, at 18,000 feet or above. Oh, the fucking propeller, the griefer. Each of these parts act as a rotating wing. Because they're designed the same as a wing. Yeah. propeller's chord line is directly from center or trailing edge of the propeller to a leading edge of the propeller. Leading edge, trailing edge of the propeller. Yes, yes, yes. The leading edge is thicker than the trailing edge. That is also true. Yeah, just increase speed, man. No problem. Easy. Yeah, pitch down, increase speed. Just be a trainee pilot. Don't be scared of anything. Know everything. It's easy. Okay, let's see what I remember from here. Pitch or blade angle is the bite or how much air a single rotation can take in. All right. Each section of a propeller blade moves downward and forward. Its attack or angle of attack determines where it strikes the wind. This produces thrust, and the camber of the propeller acts like a wing which pushes it forward and upward. Oh yeah, right. This pitch or blade angle can be changed in some of the bigger aircraft to control the engine's RPM as well as the load onto the propeller. What are they called again? Speed propellers, constant speed propellers. Alright, a slip. Okay, so the geometric pitch is... Was it the length or the speed? The length or the speed the propeller should have... Wait. Oh, the distance, okay. So the geometrical pitch is the theoretical distance the blade should reach. And the effective pitch is the actual distance it reaches. And if the effective pitch turns faster than the geometric pitch, then it's too fast, and that's called a slip. Fuck. If the effective pitch is in shorter amount of time than the geometric pitch, the propeller travels through the air too quickly. This is called a slip. Somewhat correct. The propeller slip is the difference between the geometric pitch of the propeller and its effective pitch. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now this one. Why is the propeller twisted? The propeller is twisted because if it wasn't twisted, then the angle of attack would be negative in the little part here just in front of the hub, and it would be a very high at the tip of the blade. Why is it bad again? They never say why it's bad. But yeah, it's twisted to make sure it can maintain a constant angle of attack. All right. Torque or left turning tendency of an airplane is made up of 4 elements which cause rotating or twisting motion around at least one of the 3 axes. So one was torque reaction, P factor, gyroscopic, corkscrew effect, and gyroscopic pressure action. Okay. Torque reaction from engine and propeller, a corkscrew effect from the slipstream, gyroscopic action from the propeller, and the P factor is an asymmetrical loading of the propeller. Fucking propeller. Piece of shit equipment. A torque reaction causes the aircraft to roll. This happens because of Newton's laws of motion. All the engine components move into one direction, which creates equal but opposite forces on the other direction. So you go left. Most modern design of aircraft, they offset the engine a little bit to counteract this. Oh yeah. On the ground, it becomes a left yaw instead of a left turn. And the pilot during takeoff has to, well, mitigate or overcome that himself via the use of rudder. Next is the slipstream. Slipstream. Because the propeller rotates very quickly, it creates a slipstream that kind of corkscrews around the airplane, which causes a left yaw. There was also a forced right, but I don't know what it's called. As speed increases, the corkscrew elongates, it becomes less effective. Yes, the faster you go, the less effective slipstream is. When airborne, the effect causes the aircraft to roll on its longitudinal axis. The rolling moment caused by the movement of a slipstream caused to the right. Yeah, that's right. The slipstream forces the craft to go right, but the yaw is left. But the forces do not cancel each other out, and you have to, well, manage with the rudder and the ailerons. I think. Maybe. Effective force. Okay, how does a gyroscope work? So if you apply force here, it doesn't pitch up. Rather, it yaws to the side. Because whatever force you apply, the resultant force always goes 90 degrees through the gyroscope. It always causes a yaw. If you apply that to aircraft, that means instead of a pitch, you get a yawing motion. So if you pitch the aircraft up, which means you apply a downward force, then it rotates clockwise. So the yaw would be to the right. If you pitch downwards, that means an upward force is applied. The yaw and force applied is counterclockwise. If you apply vertical force to the gyroscope instead of pitching motion, you will have a yawing motion. This is because the gyroscope is spinning. The resultant force always takes the place 9 degrees in the direction of the gyroscope spinning. Yep. The aircraft. In the aircraft, the same process occurs when pushing the nose up or down in the above picture. The upwards force applied, the yaw will be counterclockwise. The pilot must counteract with rudder and elevator usage. Load on upward propeller blade. Load on upward moving propeller blade. High angle of attack, low angle of attack. So, the low angle of attack, the distribution or the bite of the propeller on the upper portion and lower portion of the propeller is pretty much the same. However, on when you operate on a high angle of attack, the lower portion of the propeller has a much bigger bite than the upper portion of the propeller because it moves into the wind, whereas the upper portion moves with the wind. This causes an imbalance in lift and an imbalance in lift that's generated on the bottom side, which causes what again? It causes an imbalance of the forward thrust. And causes a yaw to the left. Right. So it must also be. So basically, the rudder is your best friend. Is what I gathered from all this. Whew! Jesus, man. All right, last part. Let's go. Chapter 4, Aerodynamics of Flight, Part 3. Boom.
Factor is the load factor.
Oh, it's a load factor, dude. Never even heard of that.
Is the ratio of the maximum load an aircraft can sustain to the gross weight of the aircraft. Load factor is the ratio of the maximum load an aircraft can sustain to the gross weight of the aircraft. The load factor is measured in G's, which is the acceleration of gravity. If an aircraft is pulled up from a dive, subjecting the pilot to 3 Gs, he or she would be pressed down into the seat with a force equal to 3 times his or her weight. Pressed down into the...
Damn. So if you're a fat pilot, you're like, wah! Holy shit, that's brutal.
The seat, subjecting the pilot to 3 gravity. If an aircraft is pulled up from a dive, subjecting the pilot to 3 Gs, he or she would be pressed down into the seat with a force equal to 3 times his or her weight. Load factors are important for 2 reasons. It is possible for a pilot to impose a dangerous overload on the aircraft's structures, and an increased load factor increases the stalling speed.
Can be dangerous if aircraft is overloaded. Increase in G's increases stall speed.
And makes stalls possible at seemingly safe flight speeds. In a constant altitude, coordinated turn in any aircraft, the load factor is the result of two forces, centrifugal force and gravity. Constant altitude, coordinated at seemingly safe flight speeds. In a constant altitude, coordinated turn in any aircraft, the load factor
Constant altitude, coordinated turn in any aircraft.
is the result of two forces, centrifugal force and gravity.
Centrifugal force and gravity.
To maintain altitude during a turn, the aircraft must sustain the loads shown at the chart on the right. The maximum bank for the average general aviation aircraft is 60 degrees.
Holy shit.
An aircraft is 60 degrees.
The max bank angle for most GA aircraft is 60 degrees, which is roughly what? 2 times. That's kind of pussy though. What? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Question. Open question to room. I read this recently. What are the 2 most dangerous words a pilot can say? It might surprise some, it might not surprise others. No. Apparently it's what this when you're about to bust out your moves.
When an aircraft experiences a load,
This sounds so much like me, dude. Fuck. What's this? I'll do barrel roll.
as in a turn, when an aircraft experiences a load as in a turn, the speed at which the aircraft stalls increases. This in a turn, the speed at which the aircraft stalls increases a load as when an aircraft experiences a load as in a turn, the speed at which the aircraft stalls increases. This means that an aircraft with a normal unaccelerated stalling speed of 50 knots can be stalled at 100 knots by inducing a load factor of 4 Gs. That an aircraft with a normal unaccelerated stalling speed of 50 Gs. This means that an aircraft with a
Boom. For example, if an aircraft has a
normal unaccelerated stalling speed of
unaccelerated stalling speed of 50 knots.
50 knots can be stalled at 100 knots by inducing a load factor of 4G.
Can be stalled at 100 knots by, what is it, inducing?
Knots can be stalled at 100 knots by inducing a load factor of
Yeah, inducing a load factor of 4.
4Gs. The maximum speed at which an aircraft may be stalled safely is now determined for all new designs. This speed is called the design maneuvering speed.
Design maneuvering speed equals VA.
Or VA. Stalled safely is. The maximum speed at which an aircraft may be stalled safely is now determined for all new designs.
For all new designs, the speed at which an aircraft might or can be stalled safely is now determined. What does stalling safely mean? Like, you want to safely lose control of the aircraft? What? What does stalling safely mean? Google doesn't even tell you because it doesn't exist.
May be stalled safely is now determined for all new designs. Aircraft may be stalled safely.
What does this mean? How can I stall an aircraft safely? I thought it's always bad. Ooh. Many large aircraft cannot safely be stalled. Some fly-by-wire aircraft, which will simply not allow a stall. The skill of the pilot. I mean, in my case, you can never stall. Low and slow, like in a traffic pattern, a stall can kill you. At altitude with intent, no big thing. The stall on some aircraft is much more abrupt and can take significant loss of altitude. I don't know. Why did I even say this?
Is now determined for all new.
Oh, whatever.
Or VA.
Design maneuvering speed. The speed at which an aircraft can be stalled safely.
A thorough knowledge of load factors induced.
Okay, wait. Yeah, we can stall, safely. Ah, see, we got there straight away. The following information primarily fixed wing airplanes. The maximum speed at which an airplane may be stalled safely is now determined for all new designs. Damn. So basically, this is just the breakdown of this book, which means I will read this book for sure. Like, once I've done this, I'm just gonna read through the book again to kind of like top up information.
By varying degrees of bank, and the VA aids in the prevention of two of the most or VA. A thorough knowledge of load factors induced by varying degrees of bank and the VA aids in the prevention of two of the most serious types of accidents: stalls from steep turns or excessively maneuvering near the ground, and structural failure of two by varying degrees of bank and the VA, not the design maneuvering speed, or VA. A thorough knowledge of load factors induced by varying degrees of bank and the VA aids in the prevention of two of the most serious types of accidents: stalls from steep turns or excessively maneuvering near the ground,
That's exactly what I said before. Sounds insane. Or excessive maneuvers near the ground. Imagine you do like a stunt near the ground, the airplane starts. Structural failures during acrobatics. What the fuck? Structural failures during acrobatics. What is that? Am I jumping through the air or what?
And structural failures during acrobatics or other violent maneuvers resulting from loss of control. Relatively high
Other violent maneuvers resulting from a loss of control. I feel seriously, my keyboard is buggy.
load factors can be experienced in the following flight maneuvers: turns, stalls, spins, high-speed
Spins.
stalls, chandelles,
What the fuck is a chandelle?
which is a maximum power 180-degree climbing
Thank you.
turn, chandelles, which is a maximum power 180-degree climbing turn,
Maximum power 180-degree climbing turn.
lazy eights, which involve tracing the nose through a figure-8 pattern, and rough air. Care should be exerted in these situations by the pilot to ensure that load limits are never reached. Situations by the pilot.
All right. Sounds easy enough. Just be careful. Nothing can happen. I'm not gonna lie, like reading through all this, it's kind of scary, you know? But I feel like that's a good thing that I'm a little bit scared of this, because that means I'm much less likely to be an idiot. A chandelle is
Chandelles, which is a maximum power 100
a maximum power 180 degree
180-degree climbing turn,
climbing turn.
lazy eights, which involve tracing the nose through a figure-8 pattern, lazy eights, which involve tracing the nose through a figure-8 pattern, and rough air. Care should be exerted in these situations by the pilot to ensure that load limits are never reached.
Do not reach load limit in these situations, or GG.
The flight operating strength of an aircraft is
Oh, fuck, dude. Bro.
The flight operating strength of an aircraft is presented on a graph whose vertical scale is based
Jesus.
on load factor. The diagram is called a VG diagram,
Yeah. See, they're making fun of my Dota career again. VG diagram.
or velocity versus G loads or load factor diagram, or velocity. The diagram on a graph whose the flight operating strength of an aircraft is presented on a graph whose vertical scale is based on load factor. The diagram is called a VG to ensure that load limits are never reached. The flight operating strength of an aircraft is
Flight operating strength of an aircraft
presented on a graph whose vertical scale is based on load factor.
is presented on a vertical graph
aircraft is presented on a graph whose vertical scale is
Whose scale is load factor.
based on load factor. The diagram is called a VG diagram, or velocity versus G loads or load factor, VG diagram.
It is called a VG diagram, or what?
Or velocity versus G loads or load factor. Each aircraft has its own VG diagram, which is valid at a certain weight and altitude. Own VG diagram, loads or load factor. Each aircraft has its own VG diagram, which is valid at a certain weight and altitude. For any given load factor, a straight line may be drawn across the diagram to see at which airspeed certain operating ranges exist.
Holy
Also,
shit.
for certain airspeeds, the load factor can be
Caution. Structural failure. Fucking hell. Holy shit.
checked at certain levels negative and positive. For example, if you wanted to know how many g-forces you could exert on the aircraft at 160 miles per hour indicated airspeed, you would find on the bottom of the diagram 160 and then draw a line straight up to see that any load under -2 and any load above 4.2 will cause structural damage to this aircraft according to its VG diagram. An airplane's bank angle and speed affect how quickly and in what distance it can turn. In the above example, two planes enter a canyon. They both bank the same amount, but one aircraft is traveling 20 knots faster than the other. The result is a larger turning radius for the faster aircraft. That aircraft will not be able to make it out of the canyon traveling at its given speed. The way to correct this would be to either bank more or to slow down to shorten the radius of the turn. One airplane quickly and
Oh shit, yeah, so I forgot to take notes. This was actually super interesting, this part. Also deaf.
an airplane's bank angle and speed affect how quickly and in what distance it can turn. In the above example, two planes enter a canyon. They both bank the same amount, but one aircraft is traveling 20 knots faster than the other. The result is a larger turning radius for the faster aircraft.
Faster speed equals bigger turn radius. In the above image, the faster aircraft would not be able to make a turn.
That aircraft will not be able to make it out of the canyon traveling at its given speed. The way to correct this would be to either bank more or to slow down to shorten the radius of the turn.
The aircraft would have to slow down or bank more. Stop primitive for pictures! My slides are full.
Weight and balance is very important in any pre-flight.
What's up, Murky Dev? Yeah. Well, we're trying, right? It's a very long and uncertain road, and a very tough road too.
Pilots often overlook weight and balance. Weight and balance is very important in any pre-flight. Pilots often overlook weight and balance calculations, which leads to an unknown center of gravity.
Oh, what? Do you have to calculate the center of gravity? I thought it was already predetermined. Fuck. Alright. I'm in trouble.
As stressed earlier in the lesson, a center of gravity that is positioned in the wrong place on an aircraft causes accidents. Other things to consider are gross weight. Even if the center of gravity of the aircraft has not been displaced outside the envelope, the gross weight may be too high for the aircraft. Overloading the aircraft's structure can cause serious damage to the aircraft.
Loading is very calculating the load and balance, weight and balance of an aircraft is of utmost importance, as it can displace the CG and overload the plane.
And even small overloads can build up into larger damage. As shown above, a higher gross weight causes the aircraft to behave differently and change its flight characteristics.
Overload can damage the aircraft and change its flight characteristics drastically.
In subsonic aerodynamics, the theory of lift is based upon the forces generated.
Oh, Mach. So basically, most airplanes never want to fly above 1 Mach because 1 Mach, how do you even say it? Mach is speed of sound.
On a body and a moving gas, air, in subsonic aerodynamics, the theory of lift is based upon the forces generated on a body and a moving gas, air, in which it is immersed. At speeds of approximately 260 knots, air can be considered incompressible, in that, at a fixed altitude, its density remains nearly constant, while its pressure varies. Even when an aircraft is traveling slower than the speed of sound, the air over the wing may be traveling faster than the speed of sound. The speed of sound is labeled as Mach 1, twice the speed of sound, while its pressure varies. It's when an aircraft is traveling slower than the speed of sound, the air over the wing may be traveling faster than the speed of sound. The speed of sound is labeled as Mach 1. Twice the speed of sound would be written as Mach 2.
Mach 1 equals speed of sound. Mach 2 equals twice the speed of sound, etc.
And half the speed of sound would be written as Mach 0.5. The above pictures show the points where this happens and also the resulting drag. Pictures show the points where this happens and also the resulting drag. Above pictures show the points where this happens and also the resulting drag. Mach speed is always given in relation to the aircraft's actual speed through the air and not the indicated airspeed. Actual speed through the Mach speed is
always given as true airspeed rather than
always given in relation to the aircraft's actual speed through the air and not the indicated airspeed. When an aircraft flies at subsonic speeds, the air in front of the wing acts to warn the air around it that it's going to be separated.
shock waves. Holy shit, dude. We're about to get shockwaved in our ass.
even when it can be generated on a body and a moving gas, air, in which it is immersed. At speeds of approximately 260 knots, air can be considered incompressible, in that, at a fixed altitude, its density remains nearly constant speed of sound. The speed of sound is labeled as Mach 1.
Force divergence Mach number. Critical Mach number. No clue what that means.
Faster near incredibly than the speed of sound, and also 5. The above pictures show the points where this happens and also the resulting drag. Mach speed is always given in relation to the aircraft's actual speed through the air and not the indicated airspeed. When an aircraft flies at subsonic speeds, the air in front of the wing acts to warn the air around it. At subsonic speeds, the air in front of the wing acts to warn the air around it that it's going to be separated. When it occurs, the air is able to move out of the way and easily let the wing pass through. However, when speeds increase to speeds more than that, the air in front of the wing acts to warn the air around it that it's going to be separated. When it occurs, the air is able to move out of the way and easily let the wing pass through. However, when speeds increase to speeds more than the speed of sound, this cushion of air does not warn the oncoming air quickly enough to get out of the way. Having had no advanced warning of the airplane's approach, and in the next instant the same air particles are forced to undergo sudden and drastic changes in temperature, pressure, density, and velocity, the boundary between the undisturbed air and the region of compressed air is called a shock or compression wave. The above picture shows the transition from just before to during the formation of a compression wave on a wing. For undisturbed air, pressure, particles are warning of the air the wing pass through. However, to warn the air airspeed. Sonic speeds, the air in front of the wing acts to warn the air around it that it's going to be.
All right, summarize. Below 1 Mach, the air can warn the wing of its arrival and can
separated. When it occurs, wing acts to warn the flies at subsonic speeds. The air in front of the wing acts to warn the air around it that it's going to be separated.
Can warn the
When an aircraft flies at subsonic speeds, the air in front of the wing acts to warn the air around it that it's.
The air warns the air. The air can warn the air around the wing that it will be separated. Boom. At above Mach 1 speed, the air does not have enough time to warn the air around it, which will result in
going to be separated. When it occurs, the air is able to move out of the way and easily let the wing pass through. However, when speeds increase to speeds more than the speed of sound, this cushion of air does not warn the oncoming air quickly enough to get out of the way.
Why is she
Having
laughing?
had no advanced warning of the airplane's approach, and in the next instant the same air particles are forced to undergo sudden and drastic changes in temperature, pressure, density, and velocity. The boundary between the undisturbed air and the region of compressed air is called a shock or compression wave. The above picture shows the transition from just before to during the formation of a compression wave on a wing. Between the having had no advanced warning of the airplane's approach, and in the next instant the same air particles are forced to undergo sudden and drastic.
Because of that, the air will have to undergo drastic changes in its temperature.
Changes in temperature, pressure, density, and velocity. The boundary between the undisturbed air and the region of compressed air is called a shock or undisturbed air, pressure, density, and velocity. The boundary between the undisturbed air.
The boundary between undisturbed air
And the region of compressed air is called a shock or compression wave. The above picture shows the transition from just before to during the formation of a compression wave on a.
Bro, like, don't speak so fast or something. Jesus.
Wing. One side effect to high-speed flight is that the flight controls become harder to control because of airflow over the wing causing separation. To counteract this, wings are often swept back on aircraft that make constant transonic flights. This design tricks the wing into thinking it is flying slower than it is because the wind is not hitting the leading edge at 90 degrees. This helps to delay the formation of shock waves. One problem, however, with the swept-back design is that the wing tends to stall at the tip first rather than the wing root, which reduces the aileron's effectiveness during a stall. Edge at thinking it is flying slower than transonic flights. This design tricks the wing into thinking it is flying slower than it is.
Lower than it is because the wind doesn't hit the leading edge of the wing directly, but at an angle.
Because the wind is not hitting the leading edge at 90 degrees. This helps to delay the formation of shock waves.
The flaw of this design is that stalling occurs on the tips of the wing first rather than its root, rendering ailerons ineffective.
One problem, however, with the swept-back design is that the wing tends to stall at the tip. Stall.
Brain's getting larger? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't even know if I have a brain anymore after all this.
The stall situation could be made worse by a T-tail configuration, which affords little or no pre-stall warning in the form of tail control surface buffet. Shown above, the T-tail being a tail control surface buffet. No pre-stall warning in the form of tail control surface buffet. Shown above, the T-tail being above the wing wake remains effective even after the wing has begun to stall, allowing the pilot to inadvertently drive the wing into a deeper stall at a much greater angle of attack. Stall at the tip could be made worse. The stall situation could be made worse by a T-tail configuration, which affords little or no pre-stall warning. in the form of tail control surface buffet. Shown above, the T-tail being above the wing wake remains effective even after the wing has begun to stall, allowing the pilot to inadvertently drive the wing in. The T-tail being above the wing wake remains effective even after the wing has. The T-tail being above the wing wake remains effective even after the wing has begun to stall, allowing the pilot to inadvertently drive the wing into a deeper stall at a much greater angle of attack. If the horizontal tail surfaces then become buried in the wing's wake, the elevator may lose all effectiveness and become buried in the greater angle of attack. If the horizontal tail surfaces then become buried in the wing's angle of attack. If the horizontal tail surfaces then become buried in the wing's wake, the elevator may lose all effectiveness, making it impossible to reduce pitch attitude and break the stall effectiveness, making it impossible to reduce pitch attitude and break the stall. Things like stick pushers, which automatically push the nose forward, and a stick shaker, which gives the pilots a warning of the stall, both help to reduce the risk of this situation from which automatically push the nose forward, and a stick shaker, which gives the pilots a warning of the stall. Both help to reduce the risk of this situation from ever developing. On high-speed aircraft, flight controls are divided into primary flight controls and secondary or.
What's a high-speed aircraft? Is an airline aircraft considered a high-speed aircraft? $500 mph. Oh yeah. Jesus.
Auxiliary flight controls. The primary flight controls maneuver the aircraft about the pitch, roll, and yaw axes.
Ah, you fuck.
Flight controls maneuver the aircraft about the pitch, roll, and yaw axes. They controls maneuver the aircraft about the pitch, roll, and yaw axes. They include the ailerons, elevator, and rudder, and yaw axes. Primary flight controls maneuver the aircraft about the pitch, roll, and yaw axes. They include the ailerons, elevator, and rudder. And yaw axes. They include the ailerons, elevator, and rudder. Secondary or auxiliary flight controls include tabs, leading edge flaps, trailing edge brakes to spoilers and slats. Leading edge flaps, trailing edge flaps, spoilers, and slats. Spoilers are used as speed brakes to slow down high-speed aircraft.
What's happening?
They can also be used to help turn the aircraft because the ailerons are quite small. Leading edge slots, slats, and flaps are used to improve the leading edge slots, slats, and flaps are used to improve the leading edge slots, slats, and
Leading edge what? Sluts? A slat.
because the ailerons are quite small. Leading edge slots, slats, and flaps are used to improve the
No, there's something else. Leading edge flap. I can't understand the first word.
leading edge slots, slats, and flaps are quite small. Leading edge slots, slats, and flaps
What is this?
are quite small. Leading edge slots, slats, and flaps
Slots? It doesn't say anything about that here. Anywhere.
are quite small. Leading edge slots, slats, and flaps
Sluts, and slats. What's a leading edge slot?
are used to improve the low-speed characteristics during takeoff, climb, and landing. Used to improve the low-speed characteristics during takeoff, climb, and landing. These devices can provide, on average, a 50-knot reduction in the stall speed of an aircraft. The tail uses a stabilizer as well as an elevator. They provide, on average, a 50-knot reduction in the stall speed of an aircraft. This can provide on takeoff, climb, and landing. These devices can provide, on average, a 50-knot reduction in the stall speed of an aircraft. The tail uses a stabilizer as well as an elevator. to allow the elevator to rest in the neutral position and have full deflection in either direction even when the aircraft is trimmed. Because of the size and high speeds of jet transport air in the neutral position, as well as an elevator, to allow the elevator to rest in the neutral position and have full deflection in either direction. The elevator to rest in the neutral position and have full deflection in either direction even when the aircraft is trimmed. Because of the size and high speeds of jet transport aircraft, the forces required to move the control surfaces can be beyond the strength of the pilot.
That's where I come in. Yeah.
Consequently, the control surfaces are actuated by hydraulic or electrical power units.
Ah, pussy.
Control surfaces can be beyond the strength of the pilot. The forces required to move the control surfaces can be beyond the strength of the pilot. Consequently, the control surfaces are actuated by hydraulic or electrical power units. Size and high speeds of jet transport aircraft, the forces required to move the control surfaces can be beyond the strength of the pilot. Consequently, the control surfaces are actuated by hydraulic or electrical power units. Required to move the control surfaces can be beyond the strength of the pilot. Consequently, the control surfaces are actuated by hydraulic or electrical power units. Please help us spread the word about pilot training.
Ah, you fuck, man. How much information are you giving me?
Training.
And how much information do I need? Alright. Video. We had video 7 out of 35. That's not bad.
Flight control.
But first, we have to review. Load factors. Load factor is the ratio of the maximum load an aircraft can sustain to the gross weight of the aircraft. Load factor is measured in G's, which is, as we know, the acceleration of the gravity. Overloading is dangerous. Obviously, the increases in G increase the stall speed as well. And in a, what was it? What's the thing called again? Right here. Constant altitude coordinated turn. In a constant altitude coordinated turn in any aircraft, what? What am I writing here? Constant altitude coordinated turn. In a constant altitude coordinate turn in any aircraft as the result of that's so wrong. English. I can't let this slide. In a constant altitude coordinate in any turn in any aircraft. Result from two forces. Gravity and centrifugal force. The bank angle above shows the increase in the centrifugal force, and the maximum bank angle was 60 degrees for general aviation. Oh, most general aviation aircraft. Oh. Load factor. When an aircraft experiences a load, for example, in a turn, the speed at which the plane stalls increases. The stalling speed always goes up with increasing loading speed. Oh yeah, here they use this example. If an aircraft has a 50 degree unaccelerated 50 degree sorry, a 50 knots unaccelerated stalling speed, then if you load it with 4G, that stalling speed would go to 100 in this example. What about this one? 100 would be 4. But why? Ah, because it meets here. Like the factors meet there. Or what? So this stalling speed would be 80. I don't understand why they just put the 4 there. Why can't I just put a 2 there instead? What's the difference? They're not very good at explaining some of the things. Maybe I don't need to know them. Design maneuvering speed, also known as VA. And that's very important. All the new designs have a safe stalling speed. Or like every newly designed aircraft has a safe stalling speed. And through knowledge in the above, you can prevent two of the most fatal situations, which is steep turns, especially close to the ground, or excessively steep turns close to the ground, and acrobatics. Especially failure during acrobatics or other violent maneuvers resulting from a loss of control. Yeah, trying to, but we'll see how that goes. Relatively high G load maneuvers. A turn, a stall, spin. High speed stalls, chandelles, and lazy eights. A chandelle was a full power 180 degree turn, climbing turn, sorry. And lazy 8 is directing your nose through an 8 shape or through rough air. Do not read load limit iterations or GG. Oh yeah, the VG diagram. Flight operating strength of an aircraft is presented on a vertical graph whose scale is based on a load factor. This is called the VG diagram, or a velocity versus G loads diagram. And if you read through it, let's say you want to know what the safe load ranges are for 140 knots, you go here and check everything above 2 knots is fine, and everything below 4.5 knots or 4.2 knots, whatever. A bit hard to see from here. It's fine. This diagram to read what you're allowed to do, basically. Rate of radius or rate and radius of turns. So, higher speed airplanes have a higher radius of turns. In order to make the turn smaller or the radius smaller, you need to either decrease the speed or increase the bank angle. Good. Weight and balance. Okay. One of the most overlooked. I actually didn't write that, but I should probably write that. It's one of the most overlooked procedures, I guess you can say, by a lot of pilots, because wrongly loading can shift the center of gravity. If you overload the airplane, it can cause structural damage. It can cause controllability problems. It can cause poor aircraft performance. And that's it. Or you could just say it changes its flight characteristics. Very smart. High-speed flight. Okay. So, 1 Mach is the speed of sound. Half a Mach is half the speed of sound. 2 Mach is twice the speed of sound. I don't know what this means. They didn't explain anything. Oh yeah, at speeds of around 260 knots, air can be considered incompressible. The density remains constant, but the pressure varies. Shock waves, right? So, in speeds of below 1 Mach, the air can warn its surrounding air in front of a wing that the wing is about to be there and that it needs to separate to let the wing pass. When the speed is faster than 1 Mach, then that can't happen anymore, and the temperature, density, pressure, and something else of the air changes, and that has an effect of creating little shock waves or pressure waves. But there was something else. Oh, velocity, right? A compression wave, not pressure wave. Sorry. Sweep back. So a sweep back wing design can trick the wing to believe it's flying slower than it actually is, because the wind doesn't hit the leading edge at a 90-degree angle, but rather at a whatever, at a different angle, like an inclined angle. So if you were to fly at Mach 1 speed, for example, but you're at that angle of, let's say, I don't know, 70 degrees or so, then the wing would only, or would think it's only flying 0.7 Mach instead of 1 Mach. But the big flaw design there is the fact that the stalling occurs at the wing's tips, which means the ailerons will be rendered ineffective in case of a stall. Tail aircraft. Okay. T-tail aircraft. T-tail aircraft. Bro. A T-tail aircraft. It gives... why would you ever fly this thing? I've heard nothing positive about it from this person at all. A T-tail aircraft is... it gives little to no stall warnings. The T-tail remains effective even when you're in a stall, which can make it easy for a pilot to fall into an even deeper stall. And then, when the tail and the wings... I mean, when they're in... I have to read that up again. As a consequence, the horizontal tail surfaces then become buried in the wing's wake. Yeah, so the wind here, the wing. The elevator might lose all of its effectiveness. Yeah. Which then means it's impossible to reduce the pitch. So the stall is indefinite. And you're dead. What am I writing, dude? Which can make it easier for a pilot to go into an even deeper stall and an even deeper angle of attack. That's right. So, as a consequence, if it becomes buried in the wing's wake, basically just the wind behind the wing, the elevator can lose all effectiveness, which means you can't reduce the pitch, which means you can't get out of the stall anymore. That is an actual instant GG. You have stick pushers, which in a stall try to push the nose downward, tilt it over, and you have stick shakers, which warn of incoming stalls. I don't exactly know how they do that though. How does a stick shaker warn of a stall? A stick shaker is a mechanical device designed to rapidly and noisily vibrate the control yoke of an aircraft, warning the flight crew that an imminent aerodynamic stall has been detected. It is typically present on the majority of large civil jet aircraft, as well as most large military planes. Alright. High-speed flight controls. To control the pitch, roll, and the yaw axis. We have the elevator, the rudder, and the aileron. Hell yeah. And secondary flight control systems are the leading edge slats, leading edge flaps, trim tabs, and I don't know anymore. Are the spoilers? Oh, trailing edge flaps and leading edge flaps and all the slats. So the spoilers help with reducing or slowing down fast aircraft, and they can also aid in turning the aircraft because of small ailerons. Leading edge slots, slats, and flaps. What do they do again? They aid with, was it making it faster or easier to speed up during takeoff, climbing, and landing? Improve low speed characteristics. Ah, no, it wasn't speed up. Fuck. Okay. And all these devices can, on average, reduce the stalling speed by up to 50 knots. The tail uses a stabilizer and an elevator to allow for full deflection, even when full deflection in both directions, even when trim is activated, or even when trimmed. It also helps the elevator to rest in a neutral position. Because of high speeds of the aircraft, it can be very physically challenging to control the controls. So hydraulic and electrical power aids the control, or aids the pilot in controlling these control systems. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Well, that's the thing. Do you now understand why more than 90% of people that do this fail miserably? Because that's not the end of it. You need to do this every day. And you need to remember this every day. I mean, okay, truth be told, I don't know if I'm doing too much. I don't know what they actually expect of you. I'm a pretty extreme person when it comes to this kind of stuff. But it's a lot of stuff, man. Aerodynamics of flight. I'm going to review the other two chapters now as well. Just so I kind of have an idea still of what I actually did. Forces acting on an aircraft. We have the lift that opposes the weight. We have the thrust that opposes the drag. Drag is created by wind hitting the surface of the aircraft or components. Thrust is created by engines, propellers, whatever. Weight is created by gravity, and it's the total weight of the entire airplane, the crew on board, cargo, all that stuff. Lift is produced by the air, or by an aerodynamic action in the wings, which create lift. Oh, of course. Also, lift acts through the center of lift, and weight acts through the center of gravity. All right. Breaking down forces. Straight, level, and unaccelerated flight means that all the sums of the sum of all the acting forces is 0. And this was mostly true in was it climbs and descents? No, when climbing and descending. Okay. Fucking hell, dude. When the flight path of an airplane is not horizontal, so if you pitch up and down, or the side, whatever, then acting forces get broken down into 2 components each. In this case here, there's extra weight. Component of weight opposed to lift. Because the weight also pulls it down further. So first of all, of course, through the center of gravity, it opposes the lift, but then it further opposes the lift by how do I explain this? Because it's like no lift here, you know? Because the lift goes to the center of lift, which is here. But I mean, I know what I want to say, but I don't know how to say it. This is just to generally understand how things work. Like, this is literally the basics of basics. Obviously, if the wind comes from the bag, it makes you fly faster. But this is basics of flying. I'm sure they'll touch on that like later. So high level speed means the angle of attack can be low. Low speed means angle of attack must be high. And it is possible to lift with low AO angle of attack if the airplane is fast enough. Drag. Fuck. Okay, so we have two different drags. We got parasitic drag and we got induced drag. Parasitic drag consists of skin drag, interference drag, and form drag. Form drag is just the airplane existing, basically, of the wind that hits it and its components, I think. Because the aerodynamic shape of the components, such as the antennas and cowling, in order to mitigate its drag, components of the aircraft must be streamlined. Okay, then you have the interference drag, which is the drag that comes from interferences. Crazy. Such as eddy waves, which is related to magnetics. Man. Eddy wave. Not a wing vortex. Slipstreams? No. Interference drag comes from intersection of airstreams that create eddy currents, turbulence, or restrict smooth airflow. One of the biggest ones is the connection of the fuselage and the wings. That sucks. Skin friction is the drag that occurs because even though things might look smooth on a microscopic level, they're not smooth. On a microscopic level, they're not smooth, so there is a slight amount of friction that we need to talk about. Because science is very difficult and fun to talk about. Induced drag is the quote-unquote helpful drag, or the drag that occurs because we're lifting the airplane. And that drag is mostly or mostly comes from the wing vortex, which the wing vortex works in a way where the high pressure from the bottom of the wing wants to reunite with the low pressure on the top of the wing, so it kind of wraps around the tip of the wing, which then creates a spiral sort of downwash behind the wing, which in the affected area reduces lift. Also, mental image, airplane there. From the right wing, it goes counterclockwise. From the left wing, it goes clockwise. Okay. And that happens because obviously the perfect lift achieved is directly vertical. But if you bend that a little bit this way, then it's not vertical anymore. And the amount of lift you get is not optimal anymore. You get reduced lift, which is called induced drag. Woo! Lift to drag ratio. Oh, shit. So, lift ratio was a lift coefficient times density times velocity squared times wing area s divided by 2. Drag ratio was drag coefficient times density times velocity squared times wing area divided by 2. Lift drag ratio is lift coefficient times density times velocity squared times s divided by 2 divided by drag coefficient times density times velocity squared times wing area s divided by 2. Ah. So, in this above image, which is wrong. Oh yeah, higher lift drag ratio airplanes are more efficient than lower lift drag ratio airplanes. Cool. All right, this image here. On this image, the max lift is at roughly a ratio of lift is at roughly 19 degrees angle of attack. The maximum, well, there is no maximum drag, but the drag, if at any time it overpowers the red lifting ratio, you're fucked. Because that's when you stall and then you die. And the lift drag, the max lift to drag ratio in this particular image is at roughly 6 degrees, which means during most of your flight, you want to fly on an angle of attack of 6 degrees because it's the most efficient, the most fuel efficient way of flying a level flight. And the safest way, too. If the aircraft operates outside, more drag would be caused to ensure at least amount of drag. Yeah. So you're telling me you don't like the feeling of like air in your mouth when you drink? When I drank cola, that was like the most accelerating feeling. You're like, oh, wind in my stomach. Yeah. If you don't like that, don't drink Coke. Right. Weight opposes the lift because of gravity. The center of gravity is the point where all the weight of the gravity is concentrated. A state of equilibrium is achieved when altitude is neither gained nor lost. If lift becomes less than weight, the airplane will lose altitude. If lift is higher than weight, the airplane will gain altitude. The pilot controls the lift with the control yoke. Pushing it back increases the angle of attack via the elevator and causes a pitch up motion, which makes the airplane climb. If you push it forward, the forward pressure pushes the elevator down, which will bring the airplane into a descending motion. Acts over the center of lift. Did I forget anything? Oh yeah, to be able to continuously create lift. Of course, but that's not really part of this, I feel. But like wings need to constantly fly through air, obviously, to get the aerodynamic action of lift. Lift is proportional to the square of the aircraft velocity. So lift is v squared. Interesting. Lift and drag are affected by the density of air. The density of air is affected by pressure, temperature, and humidity. High humidity means low density. High pressure means high density. Low pressure means low density. High temperature means low density. Low pressure means high density. At 18,000 feet, the density is roughly half of the density it would have at sea level of air, of course. At higher altitude, planes must fly at a greater true airspeed to maintain the same angle of attack and thus the lift. Lift varies with the wing area S. If we compare two wing areas and one is double the size of the other, then the bigger wing which is twice the size, will be able to produce twice as much lift. Wingtip vortex. We already touched on this. Higher pressure on the bottom engulfs the wingtip to rejoin the lower pressure on the top, creates a vortex behind the wing, which impedes the climb, or rather, which slows down the rate of climb in the affected area. Heavier and slower aircraft create bigger and more severe vortices, and it can cause a potentially dangerous situation, which is called the wake something. Wake turbulence. Wake turbulence, or to avoid a wake turbulence, avoid flying behind aircrafts up to 1,000 feet altitude. Take off after the plane that took off in front of you. Land after the plane, or let your wheels touch the ground after the wheels, or after the point at which the wheels of the prior aircraft touched down. Great. Super fun. Don't go close to a hovering helicopter. There are at least 3 rotor disc at 3 times the rotor disc diameter. If you don't want to deal with any of this, just wait for 3 minutes. And the wake turbulence can move with the wind. So if the wind speed is like 10 knots, it will move roughly 1,000 feet per minute in the direction of the wind. Ground effect. Because you're on the ground, the flight characteristics of the airplane will change. That means what exactly again? That means that means oh yeah, the airplane wants to take off before the required speed is achieved, which can cause the airplane to lift off much slower, or in extreme cases to not lift off at all. Obviously cause a severe accident. I forgot the rest. It allows aircraft to fly slower than normal within a few feet of the ground. Alter lift distribution of the wing, which leads to less induced angle of attack and less induced drag. Lower angle of attack is needed to produce the same lift. Yeah. The reduction of certain speed also means less power is required. Correct. Indicated airspeeds will be lower than normally required. Indicated airspeed will be lower than normally required. The reduction of a certain speed also means less power is required to fly at a certain speed. Lower angle of attack is needed to produce the same lift. Alter lift distribution of the wing, which leads to less induced drag and less angle of attack. And aircraft flying slower within a few feet of the ground. That's a tough one. Aircraft taking off, in particular, it requires an increase of angle of attack. So actually what I said was about this takeoff scenario. It experiences an increase in induced drag and thrust required. Because if there's more drag, you need more thrust to counteract the drag, obviously, to speed up. Because in order to move forward, you have to overcome the drag. Okay, I forgot about the rest already. It experiences a decrease in stability and experiences a reduction in static source pressure, which also leads to an increase in indicated airspeed. As I said before, if you don't go fast enough, if you're not careful, the airplane can lift off before airspeed is required, or before the required airspeed is achieved, which can lead to severe problems. Sometimes the lift becomes harder. In very extreme cases, the lift doesn't happen at all, and you're dead. Well, I heard very positive things about the new Dragon Age game. Did it receive very poor feedback or what? Okay, the axes of an aircraft. We got pitching, we got rolling, we got yawing. Different aircraft respond to different inputs differently. Larger aircrafts react slower to input. Smaller aircraft react faster to input. And obviously, slower aircraft are easier to maneuver than bigger aircraft. These features sometimes are intentionally put into an aircraft to facilitate a certain job that the aircraft has to do. So it can intentionally make one easier or harder to maneuver. There is two types of stability: the static and the dynamic. The static stability refers to the initial tendency of the aircraft to return to its original position, back to equilibrium. In aviation, this refers to the aircraft's initial response when disturbed from an angle of attack, slip, or bank. Okay, then we have positive static stability is the tendency to return back to the initial position you were in before the disturbance. Neutral static stability is the tendency to remain in the position that you were put in after the disturbance. Negative static stability is the position, or is the tendency to follow or go further away on the same path that the disturbance took you. So you basically just continue onto the same path as you were put on. Now, that's the static stability. The dynamic stability is exactly the same as the static stability, except it happens over time, but otherwise is exactly the same. And the stability mostly impacts movement and controllability of an aircraft, just like a human, guys. The more stable you are, the easier it is to control yourself and move. That's why I always say, strengthen your core and strengthen your legs. You will thank me later. The butt slider. Oh, because people made huge titty, huge butt girls or what? I mean, at this point, it's just a meme anyway. So longitudinal stability or pitching stability. That's, you know what's the tough part about studying is? I'm trying to study this by heart, but I really feel like I don't need that because in an exam, you will be able to see a question, right? Like they will ask you about all this. Like I don't need to know all these by heart. They will ask me about longitudinal pitching stability and what it's affected by, and I can just say that rather than me looking at nothing and just coming up with it myself. It's like, oh, longitudinal stability. But if you don't ask me the question, why would I want to answer it? So longitudinal pitching stability is the most affected by certain variables and various flight conditions. And it's the stability that makes an aircraft stable about the horizontal, or like what's it called? Wait, I know what I mean, but is lateral and horizontal the same? Lateral means to water regardless size. Horizontal means near parallel to the horizon. Lateral is sideways, but horizontal refers to your relation to the ground. Okay. So the lateral axis, you should say that. If this is unstable, the aircraft will start climbing or diving. Sounds pretty dangerous. And this stability is dependent on three components: the location of the wing, the location of the tail, and the size of the tail. When the center of lift is moved forward, the attack or angle of attack is increased. And when the center of lift is moved backwards, the angle of attack is decreased. However, the center of the lift if the center of the lift is too far forward, there is a lot of lift on the leading edge of the wing. which can result in instabilities. Longitudinal stability, PG is still the same. So, most aircraft nowadays are designed nose heavy because the biggest reason, at least in my opinion, I don't know if it's true or not, the biggest reason is that in the event of a stall, the aircraft will automatically try to point the nose down, meaning it is actually possible to recover from a stall. Because if the center of gravity is behind and you cannot pitch down, then it's impossible to recover from a stall and you're dead. Yep. Lateral stability or rolling. Dihedral lateral stability. Okay. Dihedral and sweepback designs. So a sweepback design is basically that the lower wing has more pressure coming onto it due to the design, which will push the wing up, whereas the higher wing has a lower pressure, which means it won't oppose the lower wing, which will bring it back into a stable position. The wing with the greater angle of attack and the wing with the lower angle will both return to balance of balance stability. Yeah, this causes a greater lifting effect. The wing returns back to the position. That's right. Okay. Lateral stability. Rolling. Still the same. Okay, so you wanna. The keel effect is when you have more weight on the bottom of the aircraft, which then will, if there's some sort of stability problem, will sort of act like a pendulum and will automatically wiggle itself back into stability. And this keel effect can be enhanced by putting more of the weight towards the bottom of the center of gravity, so towards the bottom half or towards the bottom of the airplane. Which is obviously also weight distribution. The concept is more important of what? Vertical stability yawing is the most easily achieved stability, and if the fuselage is larger at the after the center of gravity, then stability is achieved. I think it was. If area of fuselage is larger after center of gravity, then before center of gravity, airplane will be vertically stable. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. To further enhance this stability, also you put a wing there, which how do you say that in a nice way? I mean, it makes the airplane unable to yaw left or right, basically, or stops the wind from yawing the airplane left or right. However, this design can also introduce spiral instability, which can lead to a spiral dive, which is basically GG, well played, but apparently, no personal experience, it's pretty easy to manage for the pilot. So the forces in turns. You have to bank and you turn with the ailerons, not the rudder. So you let the centrifugal and horizontal force and lift do its work. When you turn that way, the forces split into two forces. For example, it becomes the weight and the load of the aircraft rather than just the weight. And it becomes the lift and the horizontal force of an aircraft and the centrifugal force of an aircraft rather than just the lift. This becomes more pronounced, the steeper your turn is. The bigger your bank angle is. And doing a slip, the centrifugal force is higher, I think. Doing a normal turn, it's equal. Equal to what? To the horizontal lift, yeah. And a skidding force, no, the skidding force is greater, and in a slipping turn, it's lesser. Wakata. During a bank, the lift is down anymore. Instead, the lift is component is broken up into vertical and horizontal component. Yeah, a good turn is nose. All right. A good turn is basically a turn where nose and tail are following the same path, and you get the nose into the same path as the tail by using a rudder. During a plane or during a turn, the plane loses lift. Ah, right. Yeah. During a turn, you lose lift and speed. So it means to maintain the same speed during a turn, sometimes you have to increase the power and you have to increase the pitch to ensure that the angle of attack remains constant. Dude, I'm talking so much, my throat is fucking dry and it hurts. No, so I was actually about to enroll into flight school, but then I got an email back from an airline. So obviously, my chances of getting into an airline straight away are incredibly low, you know. But I have an assessment center interview next Tuesday, and I'm just gonna go there, hope I get lucky, hope for the best, and yeah, I mean, if I get lucky, that would be a huge burden of my shoulders, a huge burden on my shoulders. I would feel so relieved. But as I said, it's very unlikely, very low chances of that happening. Steady climb. Oh yeah, forces and climbs and descents. So okay, to climb you have to increase the back pressure on the elevator, which will increase your pitching angle, which will increase the angle of attack as well. But that also means the aircraft will slow down, which means you have to increase the thrust. Then the opposite is also true. When you descend, aircraft becomes faster. You have to reduce thrust, and it's you push down on the elevator to induce that descent or to start that descent. Descent, forward pressure. Yep. Okay, nice. Stalls. Stalls happen when the wings rapidly lose lift. And during a stall, the wings still produce lift, but not in an adequate amount to support level flight. And because of airplane design, ailerons can be used to assist in breaking out of a stall. And stalling speeds for different aircrafts are not fixed in all various flight maneuvers. So stalling speed is always going to be changing depending on what you do, how steep your turn is, all that stuff. However, the same aircraft will always stall at the same angle of attack because the same design, obviously. Every aircraft has a stalling angle of attack and will always stall at that angle of attack. Stall can happen at all speeds, even during a turn. Stall. The stall speed increases with the angle of attack, which I previously said. The steeper your bank is, the higher the stall speed, which is a bad thing because if the stall speed is 100 and you're going at 90, you are going to stall. And that's very scary. At least I heard it's really scary. as we also previously mentioned already, there's actually a lot of repeats, but it's good to just kind of get into your mental, hammer it into your brain. If the center of gravity is forward, or more forward, nose heavy, it means the airplane will automatically try to assist you by naturally moving into a nose down position, which is the position required to get out of a stall. If the center of gravity is behind or tail heavy, then you cannot, or you still can, but it's more difficult to get your nose down, which means getting out of a stall is a lot more difficult. So especially in like beginner training airplanes, this is the case. Oh yeah, then we have to talk about ice too. Ice. Even a small layer of ice, I think it was, what did they say, 0.8 millimeters, can reduce the lift generated by up to 25% because of all the drag that is added onto the plane. And icing can happen anywhere at 18,000 feet and above, I believe. Oh yeah. Center of gravity needs to be in front of the center of lift, of course. Not. Okay. The fucking propeller, man. Fuck. I hate the propeller. I even forgot about the existence of it. Ah. Ah. So they're designed pretty much like a wing. They have these cambers and they're round on the top and flat on the bottom. So they each act like an individual wing, basically. The chord line is from the trailing edge of the propeller to, leading edge of the propeller to the trailing of the edge of the propeller, and the leading edge of the propeller is thicker than the trailing edge of a propeller. Okay. Every section of a propeller moves downward and forward. All right. Yeah. Its angle of attack determines where it strikes the wind, which in turn produces thrust. And because of the camber design, it will also create lift because this gets pushed up and will create a forward lift. The pitch or blade angle is basically determines how much of a bite or how much air a single rotation of the propeller can take in, which is pretty much the same on most airplanes, but on some of the bigger airplanes, the pilot can manually control this to reduce the load on the propeller as well as control the engine's RPM. Ah, shit. Propeller efficiency is 50 to 87% always. The geometric pitch is the theoretical distance at which it should the propeller should hit the air, was it? Is the theoretical distance a blade should travel through the air, and the effective pitch is the actual distance the propeller moves through the air. If the effective pitch is faster than the geometric pitch, it is it's rotating too fast, which is known as a propeller slip. Mm-hmm. Why is a propeller curved? If it wasn't curved, I still don't know why it's bad. I never mentioned that. But the angle of attack would be negative towards the inner side here of the blade. and the angle of attack would be much greater towards the outside of it, because obviously it travels at a faster speed here and a slower speed here, and the curvature basically makes it so they travel at a, or like the blade rotates at a constant angle of attack. Ah, no, dude. The torque reaction or the left turning tendencies of an airplane is made up of 4 elements. The 4 elements are the torque reaction, the corkscrew effect, the P factor, and the slipstream. No, the slipstream is part of the corkscrew effect. I had what's it called? Gyroscopic action or something. Okay, nice. Alright. So the torque reaction is from engine and propeller. The corkscrew effect is from the slipstream. The gyroscopic action is also from the propeller, and the P factor is the asymmetrical loading of the propeller. Whereas the gyroscopic action of the propeller. Fucking griefing propeller, piece of shit, asshole. A torque reaction causes an airplane to roll left. This is explained with the Newton's law of motion, because the engine components all move to one side, which means an equal and opposite reaction is formed, which will cause a left roll. Most modern aircraft are designed in a way where the engine is offset a little bit to combat this. On the ground, it's a left yaw instead of a left roll. And during takeoff, this tendency is handled by the pilot through the rudder of another mother. Alright, this is the slipstream. Okay. Because of the high rotations of the blades, a slipstream is formed, and it kind of corkscrews around the airplane, which creates a left yaw. Simultaneously, a force is created that pushes the airplane right. However, these two forces don't cancel each other out, and the pilot has to individually manage both of them through elevator and rudder. Aileron and rudder, sorry, I believe. Anyway, it didn't say. Oh yeah, and as the speed increases, the slipstream becomes less severe because it elongates at high speeds. And the rolling moment caused by the movement of the slipstream is to the right. The rolling moment caused by the torque is to the left. They don't cancel each other out. Yep. Effective force. Oh yeah, that's how a gyroscope works. So if you apply a downward force, instead of it pitching up, it's yawing to the left in this case. Oh yeah, and if you pitch it down, it would be yawing to the right. That's right. Okay, so it will, because it's spinning, if you introduce a force to it, the force will make the gyroscope yaw instead of pitch. The same can be said about an aircraft. If you introduce a pitch up, or rather, if you introduce a force up, it will go counterclockwise, and the force exerted on it will also be counterclockwise. If you were to introduce a force downwards, this would be opposite, and it would yaw clockwise or to the right. A gyroscope always exerts the force in a 90-degree angle. It's always spinning. Oh yeah, and the pilot must counteract this with rudder and elevator usage. Right. Basic propeller principles. Load on upward moving propeller blade, load on upward. Oh yeah, okay. So on a low angle of attack, the bite of the propeller on the top and the bottom of the propeller is pretty much the same. But on a high angle of attack, the bite on the bottom part of the propeller is much higher than the bite on the top part of the propeller, which creates an imbalance in thrust or upward thrust, as well as, was it lift? Which causes the airplane to yaw towards the left, was it? Yeah. Yeah, it has high speed, low speed, that's right. This will be the... This will cause the bottom of the propeller to create more lift. Will cause an imbalance in forward thrust. This is called the P factor, or asymmetrical loading of the propeller. Which also then has to be corrected with the rudder. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna say I'm pretty impressed with how much I actually remember. I think it's not bad at all. Like my retention seems to be quite good, at least today. But as I said, this would be way easier in an actual test because you actually get asked specific things. Like, I don't have to, like, what I do most of the time, I keep the page up here and I just try to recall everything from memory. But in an actual test, you would see something in front of you. Like, they would ask this, and then you can just answer that question. You wouldn't have to think about it for like a couple of seconds up here, like, oh, what was this? Did I forget something here? You know, like they just ask you a specific question, you answer a specific question. Done. So this like reviewing portion of it and all that is actually a lot harder than actually completing the tests. Safe. I mean, they surely don't ask for a specific angle of attack, right? It's more like, is it a high or low angle of attack or something like that? Because I don't even know how to calculate that, actually. Like, I haven't learned that yet in my whatever work I'm doing here so far. Chapter 5. And what is the definition of an angle of attack? It's just the angle where the wind collides with the wing. No, isn't that pretty much the whole definition of it? Or is there something fancier I need to say? Flight controls. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Our last chapter for today.
Controls. This flight training tutorial will discuss flight controls. To control an aircraft, a pilot must manipulate the aircraft's control surfaces to maintain a desired trajectory or assigned vector. Learning how control surfaces affect the attitude of the aircraft is important for safe and efficient flight.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Flight controls are what allow the pilot to control the forces of flight and the aircraft's direction and attitude. Different flight control systems
Wait, are you a pilot, flat player, or what? Ah, I mean, PPL is pretty impressive already. Jesus. Jesus. All right, let's go.
exist for different types of aircraft. The most basic control systems are mechanical and date back to early aircraft. They are used today on sport and small general aviation aircraft, in which the aerodynamic systems are mechanical and date back to early aircraft. They are used today on sport and small
Mechanical flight control systems are used on sport and small general aviation aircraft.
general aviation aircraft, in which the aerodynamic forces are not excessive. They operate by mechanical connections between the control stick and the control surface. In this case, the control stick is attached by pulleys to the elevator.
Don't.
As flight control systems become the control stick is attached by pulleys to the elevator. As flight control systems become more complex,
Is that it, or
control stick
what happened? I understand whole now. I start to make my own small aircraft with a Kim Jong-un. Oh, you fucking. I mean, the thing is, I don't even need this yet. You know? Like, this is 8 months from now, probably, or so. Like, when I actually need this. I'm just trying to read up on. I just want to learn like the basics of flight, basically. So I just know a little bit about it. You know, like all this in-depth stuff is not super important right now. You're referee, you're pilot. If you're a pilot, you have to unethically support me in my endeavor, please, and tell me everything.
is attached by pulleys to the elevator.
All right. Control stick is attached by pulleys to the elevator. Done. I hope that comes in my test. Easy.
As flight control systems
Now, what I need is a shit ton of luck. That's what I need. And somehow have the brain power to withstand this barrage of information for 1.5 years. You know, I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently the PPL is a complete joke compared to what's after the PPL. So if I get into this program, The PPL is like step 1 out of 4 or something. Then you like do your APL and your multi-engine and all that shit. And apparently that's omega giga complicated compared to the PPL. And after watching all this stuff, I'm kind of dreading it, to be honest. Kind of dreading it. Pretty scary. But I also feel like if you learn the basics of aviation, probably everything makes more sense and it's easier to like learn it.
Become more complex.
I'm also wondering if I should skip some of these parts. You know? Like instruments are super important. Like flight manuals and documents, I probably don't give a shit about. Weight and balance is probably going to be important. Aircraft performance is important. Weather theory, like right now, that's probably not important at all. Aviation weather services, probably not important at all. Airport operations, probably not really important right now. Airspace is probably important. Navigation is probably important. But you know what I mean, right? Aeronautical decision making. I mean, we'll see.
Mechanical circuits were developed to reduce the weight and limitations of mechanical systems. The control stick is used to move weight and limit become more complex. As flight control systems become more complex, mechanical circuits were developed to reduce.
Wait, air law is part of the PPL? You also had to go to ground school for 6 months and all that, or?
The weight and limitations of mechanical systems. The control stick is used to move control valves complex.
Oh, so the first 6 months are going to be pretty much the same. So you also have to take all these exams, or what? Because for me, I have to take like 14 exams before I'm allowed to even start flying.
Mechanical circuits were developed.
Yeah, it's like 14 or something like that. 14 or 15, I think.
To reduce the weight and become more. As flight control systems become more complex.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing this. ATPL exams. Like, I'm doing this. Here, it's 14. Like, I'm pursuing this license. I don't know about the others. Holy shit. Wow, there's so many questions everywhere, dude.
Complex.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I have to focus.
As flight control systems become more complex, mechanical circuits were developed to reduce the weight and limitations of mechanical systems. Mechanical circuits were developed to reduce the weight and limitations of mechanical systems. The control stick is used to move control valves on the mechanical circuit which controls.
On what?
Stick is used to move control valves on the mechanical circuit which
On the mechanical. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay.
controls cylinders which move the control surfaces.
Which move cylinders, which move control. What?
The mechanical circuit which controls cylinders which move the control surfaces.
Surfaces.
As technology progressed even further, modern aircraft are controlled by electric motors, digital computers, or fiber optic cables called fly-by-wire systems.
Fly-by-wire. Holy shit. That sounds pretty sick.
This flight control system replaces the physical connection between pilot controls and the flight control system, fiber optic cables called fly-by-wire systems. This flight control system replaces the physical connection between pilot controls and the flight control surfaces with an electrical interface. This flight
Oh, I want that.
computers or fiber optic cables called fly-by-wire systems. This flight control system replaces the physical connection between pilot controls and the flight control surfaces with an electrical interface.
That sounds way better. Please give me that. Also, I heard many times, I don't know if it's true or not, that people who play a lot of video games have an advantage during actual flight. Is that true? It sounds like it could be true.
There are two types of flight control systems: primary systems and secondary
Ah, you fucking...
systems. Primary systems consist of ailerons, elevator, and rudder. Secondary systems consist of wing flaps, spoilers, and trim systems. Systems consist of wing flaps, spoilers, and trim systems. The primary control system changes the pressure of the airflow around the airfoil. These changes in the airflow allow a pilot around the systems consist of wing flaps, spoilers, and trim systems. The primary control system changes the pressure of the air
Primary control. Oh, whoops. Another picture.
flow around the airfoil.
What are you doing? Go to the next page, you fuck. Is there a button to go to the next page?
Primary control system, spoilers, and trim systems. The primary control system changes the pressure of the airflow around the airfoil. These changes in the airflow allow a pilot to move the aircraft around its These changes the pressure of the airflow around the airfoil.
Ah. I didn't hear wrong. Oops.
These changes in the airflow allow a pilot to move the aircraft around its three axes of rotation. Allow a pilot to move the aircraft around its three axes of rotation. The ailerons control roll about the longitudinal axis. The ailerons
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, there's so many words I've never
control
heard before.
the aircraft around its
Like,
three
what the
axes of
fuck is an
rotation.
aileron?
The ailerons control roll about the longitudinal axis.
That reminds me of Uka when he says aileron.
The ailerons are located on the outboard trailing edge of the wings. The ailerons control roll about the longitudinal axis. Rotation. The ailerons control roll about the longitudinal axis. The ailerons are located on the outboard trailing edge of the wings. They work opposite to one another. The outboard trailing out the longitudinal axis. The ailerons are located on the outboard trailing edge of the wings. They work opposite to one another. If the pilot moves the wing axis, the ailerons are located on the outboard trailing edge of the wings. They work opposite to one another. If the pilot moves the control stick to the right, the aileron on the right side of the plane will move up.
Control stick.
Control stick to the right.
Gets moved to the right. The right aileron goes up, and the left aileron goes down.
The aileron on the right side of the plane will move up, and the aileron on the left will move down. This combined motion causes the plane to roll to the right.
This will cause rolling.
Adverse yaw is caused when a plane rolls to the left or right. In a roll to the left, as illustrated by the picture, the right aileron moves down to provide more. As illustrated, the plane rolls to
Dude, don't be like that.
Adverse yaw is caused when a plane rolls to the left or right. In a roll to the left, as illustrated by the picture, the right aileron moves down to provide more lift and roll the airplane to the or right. Adverse yaw is caused when a plane rolls to the left or right.
Adverse yaw is caused by rolling to the left or right.
In a roll to the left, as illustrated by the picture, the right aileron moves down to provide more lift and roll the airplane to the left. During this process, the aileron also produces more drag. As a result, the plane yaws toward the raised wing or to the outside of the bank as seen by the pilot.
So you have to then induce left rudder in order to make sure that tail and nose are in line. Is that right?
The pilot must apply rudder pressure to account for the adverse yaw. This effect is magnified at slower speeds because of the decreased effectiveness of the vertical process. The aileron also produces more drag the airplane to the left. moves down to provide more lift.
In a roll to the left, the right aileron moves down to create more lift. In this process, it also creates more drag. This means that the airplane will yaw to the right. To counteract this, the pilot needs to use the rudder.
And roll the airplane to the left. During this process, the aileron also produces more drag. As a result, the plane yaws toward the raised wing or to the outside of the bank as seen by the pilot. The pilot must apply rudder pressure to account for the adverse yaw. This effect is magnified at slower speeds because of the decreased effectiveness of the vertical stabilizer and rudder. Speeds
This
count for the adverse yaw. This effect is magnified
by low airspeeds because the rudder and
at slower
vertical
speeds
stabilizer
because of the decreased effectiveness of the vertical stabilizer and rudder.
because the rudder and vertical stabilizer aren't as effective at these speeds.
There are 4 major systems that are used to counteract adverse yaw. The first system is coupling the ailerons with the rudder pictured on the left. When the
Oh, I thought I'm the main force to counteract this.
rudder moves in conjunction with the ailerons to correct for aileron drag. Rudder moves in conjunction with the aileron used to counter. There are 4 major systems that are used to counteract adverse yaw. The first system is coupling the ailerons with the rudder pictured on the left. When the rudder moves
Coupled ailerons and rudder.
in conjunction with the ailerons to correct for aileron drag. The second conjunction with the ailerons to correct for aileron drag. When the rudder moves in conjunction with
When the rudder moves in conjunction with the aileron to reduce aileron drag.
the ailerons to correct for aileron drag.
Oh. Sorry. It'll be. You have to word everything very correctly.
The second system is differential ailerons pictured on the right. The aileron that deflects downward does not move as much as the aileron that deflects up. This helps by increasing drag on the descending wing, thus eliminating most of the yawing effect. The second system is differential ailerons pictured on the right. The aileron that deflects downward does not move as much as the aileron that deflects up. This helps by increasing drag on the descending wing, thus eliminating most of the yawing effect. increasing drag on the descending wing up. This helps by increasing drag on the descending wing, thus eliminating most of the yawing effect. The third system is called the freeze-type ailerons, pictured on the left.
What? Oh, I heard fries.
These ailerons move on an offset pivot, which causes them to be pushed into the airstream when deflected upward. Set pivot, pictured on the left. These ailerons move on an offset pivot, which causes them to be pushed into the airstream when deflected upward, which causes drag. These ailerons also have slots, which allow for smoother airflow over the lowered aileron, making it more effective at high angles of attack. The fourth and last system is called when to move on, called the freeze-type ailerons, pictured on the left. These ailerons move on an offset pivot, which causes them to be pushed into the airstream when deflected upward, which causes drag. These ailerons also have slots, which allow for smoother airflow over the lowered aileron, making it more effective at high angles of attack.
So, how does an airplane actually work? Because I didn't really go into it much then. Can you adjust the angle of attack with like buttons or what? Like you can turn the wing up and down as you want?
The fourth and last system is called flaperons, pictured on the right. Flaperons combine the aspects of the ailerons and the flaps. Flaperon last system is called flaperons, pictured on the right. Flaperons combine the aspects of the ailerons and the flaps. The pilot can move the flaperons like conventional ailerons, or the pilot can lower both simultaneously, like conventional ailerons of the ailerons and the flaps. The pilot can move the flaperons like conventional ailerons, or the pilot can lower both simultaneously, like flaps. The elevator controls pitch about the lateral axis of the airplane. The elevator, which is located on the trailing edge of the horizontal stabilizer, is controlled by pushing located on the lateral axis of the airplane. The elevator, which is located on the trailing edge of the horizontal stabilizer, is controlled by pushing located about the lateral axis of the airplane. The elevator, which is located on the trailing lateral axis. The elevator controls pitch about the lateral axis of the airplane. The elevator, which is located on the trailing edge of the horizontal stabilizer, is controlled by pushing the control stick either forward, which causes the elevator to move down and the nose to pitch down, or back, which causes the elevator to move up and the nose to pitch up. Pitching the aircraft happens about the plane's center of gravity. Labeled C. Pitching the aircraft happens about the plane's center of gravity, labeled CG on the right. The elevator on this plane
Jesus, stop giving me so many images.
is the T-tail type. This means the elevator is positioned high on the vertical stabilizer so as to remove the horizontal stabilizer from exhaust blast and prop wash. Remove means the elevator is positioned on this plane is the T-tail type. This means the elevator is positioned high on the vertical stabilizer so as to remove the horizontal stabilizer from exhaust. High on the vertical stabilizer so as to remove the horizontal stabilizer from exhaust.
What is exhaust blast?
Exhaust blast and prop wash. Because it is removed from prop wash and therefore not receiving constant airflow,
Mhm. Copy paste. Easy.
the pilot of a T-tail aircraft must make large control movement when flying slowly to control the nose. Large control movement when flying slowly to control the nose. A stabilator works in much the same way as an elevator, but instead of a trailing edge control surface, the entire horizontal A stabilator works in much the same way as an elevator, but instead of a trailing edge control surface, the entire horizontal stabilizer moves up and down along a pivot point as shown above. A stabilator downspring may be used to increase nose down pressure if the center of gravity was placed aft. Also, an anti-servo tab is placed on the back of the stabilator to decrease the effect of moving the control surface. On the back of the stabilator, to decrease the effect of moving the control surface. This decreases pilot-induced over-controlling.
What do you mean? What do you mean play?
This decreases pilot-induced over-controlling. The canard design places a
Why do so many people always want to do some special design? Now I have to pay for it with my brain cells.
horizontal stabilizer in the front of the plane before the main wings. The canard horizontal stabilizer in the front of the plane before the main wings. A horizontal stabilizer in the front of the plane before the design. The canard design places a horizontal stabilizer in the front of the plane before the main wings. Places
I thought the same thing, Ikari.
a horizontal stabilizer in the front of the plane before the main wings. The horizontal stabilizer in the front of the plane before the main wings. The canard actually produces lift to keep the nose up, which is theoretically more efficient. The canard actually produces lift to keep the nose up, which is theoretically more efficient than using the horizontal stabilizer surface to lift the nose up, which results in less drag for a given amount of lift, which is more efficient than using the horizontal stabilizer surface to lift the nose up, which results in less drag for a given amount of lift. The rudder controls the aircraft movement around the
Fucking mustache plane, dude. I cannot see it anymore. Who flies that thing, dude?
vertical axis. This movement is called yaw.
Look at the shit. Fucking hell, dude.
The rudder is connected to the vertical axis. This movement is called yaw. The rudder is connected to the vertical stabilizer. This movement is called yaw. The rudder is connected to the vertical stabilizer and is controlled by the rudder pedals in the aircraft. Is connected to the vertical stabilizer and is controlled by the rudder pedals in the aircraft. If the left pedal is depressed, then the nose of the aircraft in the aircraft. If the left pedal is depressed, then the nose of the aircraft will yaw to the left. The Beechcraft Bonanza shown above
Beechcraft banana. It looks like a fucking banana, dude. I can't take this right now. Because the stupid mustache plane, everything is ruined, dude. No, this one looks like a banana. I don't want to fly a fucking banana, man.
The Beechcraft Bonanza shown above has a V-tail design. This design incorporates rudder vaders, which are a combination of the rudder
Why do we need all this stuff? Why do we need a rudder vader?
and the L design incorporates. Bonanza shown above has a V-tail design. This design incorporates rudder vaders,
No, this is not email. This is me taking Windows screenshots.
which are a combination of the rudder and the elevator. Incorporates rudder vaders, which are a combination of the rudder and the elevator, and they work much like flaperons. The pilot is able to control the rudder and elevator separately, but the control surface acts as both. Secondary flight controls may consist of wing flaps, leading edge devices, spoilers, and trim systems.
Oh, the fucking.
Secondary flight controls may consist of wing flaps, leading edge devices, spoilers, and trim systems.
Yeah, yeah.
Attached to the flaps are the most common devices, spoilers, and trim systems. Flaps and trim systems. Flaps are the most common high-lift devices on an aircraft. They are attached to the trailing, leading edge devices, spoilers, and trim systems. Flaps are the most common high-lift devices on an aircraft. They are attached to the trailing edge of the wing and increase both lift and drag for any angle of attack. There are 4 main types of flap.
Oh yeah, let's make it 10 types of flaps.
Plain, split, slotted, and Fowler flaps. Flap. Drag for any angle of attack. There are 4 main types of flap. Plain, split, slotted, and Fowler.
Plain, split, slotted, and Fowler. I know I said 6 and then I say 4.
Flaps. The plain flap is the most simple of the flap
Plain flap is the most simple design.
designs. This design increases the camber of the wing, which causes greater lift, but also greatly increases drag. The split flaps deploy from the lower surface of the wing and increase lift slightly more than the plain flap. Both the plain and split flap designs cause high drag for little lift.
Then why do you even produce them? Like, get rid of them already. Why do you teach me about them?
The slotted flap is the most popular flap used today.
Damn.
The slotted flap allows high-energy air to flow from the bottom of the wing to the top of the wing. This movement of the air causes a much greater lift force than either the plain or split flap. The Fowler flaps work much like slotted flaps, but they not only change the wing camber, they also increase the wing's surface area. They slide back and down rather than just down. High lift
It never ends.
lift devices may also be added to the leading edge of the wing. The 4 most common types are fixed slot, movable slot,
Why did she say slot?
leading edge flap, and leading edge cuff. Fixed slots delay airflow separation until a higher angle of attack. This does not increase the wing's camber, but still increases lift. The movable slot works in the same way
The movable slot. Ah, fuck.
as fixed slots, but either open when the angle of attack is increased. Slot works in the same way as fixed slots,
Oh, they were the same as fixed slots.
but either open when the angle of attack is increased or by the pilot at any angle of attack. Leading edge flaps work to increase the camber of the wing and are commonly used with trailing edge flaps to increase the camber of the wing and are commonly used with trailing edge flaps to reduce the nose-down pitching tendency. Are commonly used with trailing edge flaps to reduce the nose-down pitching tendency. Leading edge cuffs work to increase the wing's camber and lift. The front edge of the wing is pushed down and forward, allowing for more air to connect with the upper work to increase the wing's camber and lift. The front edge of the wing is pushed down and forward, allowing for more air to connect with the upper surface of the wing at higher angles of attack, thus reducing the aircraft's stall speed. Spoilers
Ah. This chapter is terrible.
help by reducing lift and increasing drag over the wing surface. Spoilers help by reducing lift and increasing drag over the wing surface. Spoilers are used in gliders to control descent, and also in large aircraft to control adverse yaw. Because when they are deployed, they increase drag on the lower wing, which stops the plane from yawing to the outside of the increased drag. On the control adverse yaw, because when they are deployed, they increase drag on the lower wing, which stops the plane from yawing to the outside of the bank. Also deploying both spoilers at the same time increases drag and are used to slow down and reduce ground roll by transferring weight to the wheels and thus increasing braking efficiency. Trim systems are used to relieve the pilot of the need to maintain constant pressure on the flight controls, and usually consist of Trim systems are used to relieve the pilot of the need to maintain constant pressure on the flight controls, and usually consist of controls in the airplane and small hinged devices attached to the trailing edge of one or more of the primary flight control surfaces, such as the elevator, rudder, and ailerons. In small aircraft, they are used to the trailing edge of wheels in the airplane and on increasing braking efficiency. Trim systems are used to relieve the pilot of the need to maintain constant pressure on the flight controls. Trim systems are used to relieve the pilot of the need to maintain constant pressure on the flight controls, and usually consist of controls in the airplane and small hinged devices attached to the trailing edge of one or more of the primary flight control surfaces, such as the elevator, rudder, and ailerons. In small aircraft, they are usually manually controlled by a small vertically mounted control wheel. In small aircraft, the wheel moves the trim tab on the elevator, causing the plane's nose to pitch up or down. On the mounted control small aircraft, they are usually manually controlled by a small vertically mounted control wheel. In small aircraft, the wheel moves the trim tab on the elevator, causing the plane's nose to pitch up or down. The pilot usually establishes a desired power setting, pitch attitude, and configuration, and then trims the control pitch attitude and configuration, and then trims the controls to relieve the pressure required on the control.
Relive.
Shown above is a balance tab. This tab automatically moves opposite the control input to automatically relieve some tab automatic controls. Shown above is a balance tab. This tab automatically moves opposite the control input to automatically relieve some of the pressure required to be held by the pilot. Input to automatically relieve some of the pressure required to be held by the pilot. The linkage of the flight controls and the tab pressure required to be held by the pilot. The linkage of the flight controls and the tab is controllable from the flight deck. The linkage of the flight controls and the tab is controllable from the flight deck. Anti-servo tabs, pictured on the left, work in much the same way as balance tabs, by opposing the force of the pilot and making the stabilizer less sensitive. Ground adjustable tabs, as seen on the right, can be adjusted from the ground and stop the aircraft from skidding left or right during cruising flight. Rather than using a flight from the ground adjustable tabs and making the stabilizer less sensitive. Ground adjustable tabs, as seen on the right, can be adjusted from the ground and stop the aircraft from skidding left or right during cruising flight. Rather than using a movable tab on the trailing edge of the elevator, some aircraft have an adjustable stabilizer.
This chapter is mega ass. It's mega trash. There's way too much info. Why don't you put that into 2 parts instead? This is way too much. This is way too much.
This setup connects. Some aircraft have an adjustable stabilizer. This setup connects the stabilizer to a jack screw and is controlled by either a trim wheel or crank on a smaller aircraft. And a motor on larger aircraft.
Finally something I'm interested in. Let's go. Full flight autopilot, boys.
Autopilot is an automatic flight control system that keeps an aircraft in level flight is an automatic flight control system that keeps an aircraft in level flight or on a set course.
Probably not, because apparently you can't keep your progress.
It can be a system that keeps an aircraft in level flight or on a set course. It can be directed by the pilot, or it may be coupled to a radio navigation signal.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
The autopilot reduces the physical and mental workload of a pilot by
Really? Weldon Rice were amazing, in my opinion, at least.
controlling the aircraft
What don't you like about them?
about 1, 2, or 3 load of a pilot. The autopilot reduces the physical and mental workload of a pilot.
Well, I'm just learning by myself right now because I didn't enroll into a flight school yet. But I have an interview with an airline on next Tuesday for the cadet program. So I'm just kind of trying to, somewhat understand the basics for future use.
By controlling the autopilot reduces the physical and mental workload of a pilot. By controlling the aircraft about 1, 2, or 3 of its axes during flight. A simple autopilot, as shown above, might be able to only keep the nose of the aircraft in level, pitch up or pitch down flight. Another autopilot system might only be able to keep the wings level or be able to turn to a certain heading. More complex autopilot systems can control the aircraft about all 3 axes, and even more advanced autopilots will have a feature that allows for specific vertical speeds or airspeeds. The autopilot system works with specific
The fuck? I don't want a limited autopilot. Give me the full thing. Bitch.
Vertical speeds or air speeds. The autopilot system works with inertial navigation systems, global positioning systems, GPS, and flight computers to control the aircraft. To systems, GPS, and flight computers to control the
Yeah, I mean, flying is fucking expensive for sure, especially for leisure. Like, if you want to make it a job, maybe, but for leisure, it's crazy.
aircraft. To maintain safety, the autopilot incorporates a disconnect feature to disengage the system automatically or manually. We hope you learned a lot.
No, I didn't actually. You said way too much. The next video is 22 minutes, dude. Jesus.
Please help us spread the word about pilot training system.
All right.
Position. However, as altitude
Oh my god. What the fuck? All right. All right. It's time for a break. Time for a dinner break. Actually, I have to review the chapter first. Oh, 25 pages, dude. Fuck me, man. Break. I'm done break. Mechanical flight control system. Control stick is connected to the pulleys on mechanical aircraft. The control stick in this one is connected to control valves on the circuit. Which move cylinders, which move control surfaces. Right, where are the cylinders? So the stick moves the valves, which moves the cylinder, which is control stick. then moves the control surfaces. Of course, they're lighter as well as have less limitations on them. More advanced or different control systems include electric motor, digital computers, or fly-by-wire, which replaces the physical connection between pilot controls and flight control surfaces with an electrical interface. Why is it just a blank page here? And there. And there. What the fuck? And there. And there. And there. And there. Alright, let's go. The primary systems are the ailerons, the elevator, and the rudder. The secondary are the flaps, spoilers, and the trim systems. Spoilers slow down. Trim systems help reduce workload and relieve pressure of the pilot. Wing flaps are there to change the way air behaves with the wings. Ailerons roll. Elevator pitches. Rudder yaws. Flight control system. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That felt good. Okay. So the primary control systems change pressure of airflow around the airfoil, which allows the pilot to move the aircraft around its three axes. Yes. We manipulate air through aerodynamic actions to move around the three axes. Hopefully in the right manner. I can't wait for my first barrel roll, man. I will start with ailerons, which control the rolling or the longitude axis of the airplane. They are located on the outboard edges of the wings. Outboard trailing edges of the wings. And they move opposite of one another. One goes down, the other goes up. If the control stick moves to the right aileron goes up, the left aileron goes down. This will cause rolling. Adverse yaw. Adverse yaw is caused by rolling to the left or right. If, like in this example, you roll to the left aileron will go up, the right aileron will go down, which increases lift and increases drag. Because of that additional drag, the airplane will then yaw towards the right. In order to counteract that, you have to apply left rudder. This problem is magnified at lower speeds because the rudder and the the vertical stabilizer aren't as effective at lower speeds. Correcting adverse yaw. Oh, nice. I love this. Now we have 4 systems that can do it. But coupled ailerons and rudder is number 1. When the rudder moves together with the aileron, then something happens. The air in conjunction with the aileron to correct for aileron drag. Ha! It's literally just the same as whatever. Okay, whatever. Okay. Differential aileron. The aileron that deflects downward does not move as much as the one that moves upward, which induces drag on the one that moves downward and will thus counteract the yaw because there's drag on both sides. The fries type ailerons, they move on offset pivot, which causes them to be pushed into the airstream. They also have slots to do something with the air. These ailerons also have slots which allow for smoother airflow over the lower aileron. This makes them more effective at higher angles of attack. So, them being pushed into the airstream creates, when deflected upward. Ah, okay. So the upward one gets no. Which causes them to be pushed into the airstream when deflected upward. Yeah, so the upward one gets pushed into the airstream, which causes drag. And they also have slots which allow for the lower aileron to receive a smoother airflow. And that makes them more effective. That is too detailed. I don't think I remember that. Flaperons combine the actors of ailerons and flaps. Flaperons can be moved individually like flaps or ailerons, but they can also be pushed down simultaneously, like props. All right. Next, we got the elevator. The elevator controls the pitch on the pitching axis or the lateral axis of the airplane. It's located on the trailing edge of a stabilizer, a horizontal stabilizer. Right, that makes sense. All right, if you push forward, then your nose will go down, your tail will go up. If you pull backwards, nose will go up, tail will go down. And of course, the pitching happens around the center of gravity, as we all know. Or T-tail airplanes, which literally they said in the last chapter are awful because of the stalling properties of it. But on these, the elevator is positioned very high on the vertical stabilizer, which removes the horizontal stabilizer from prop wash and what was it? Exhaust blast, whatever that means. And no prop wash means no constant airflow, which means that the pilot has to make way bigger control movements at lower speeds. And the prop wash is the force or wind generated behind the propeller. Get rid of these fucking propeller machines, man. They're awful. They're just griefing everything. Everyone. The stabilator. The stabilator is a stabilizer and elevator in one. But instead of a trailing edge, Instead of a trailing edge control surface, the entire vertical stabilizer moves up and down along a pivot point. Alright, yeah. And an anti-servo tab is attached to the back of the stabilizer to make it less sensitive, which increases the effect of moving for the stabilizer to decrease pilot over controlling. And it was something with a downspring, I forgot. Oh, the mustache. Ah, fucking hell, man. That's so ridiculous looking. In this design, there is a horizontal stabilizer placed before the wings. This produces lift to keep the nose up, which, in theory, is more effective and results in less drag given for any amount of lift. So I don't know why not more airplanes are mustache airplanes. The rudder controls the yawing or the vertical axis and is connected to the vertical stabilizer, and they're controlled by pedals in the aircraft. If you press left pedal, you go left, or the nose goes left. Press right pedal, nose goes right. Rudder in the Banana Beechcraft Bonanza is a V-tail design which incorporates the rudder waders, which combine rudders and elevators. Just like the flaperons, it can be used individually as elevator or rudder, but the control surface acts as both, rather than them being separated. Secondary, oh, the fucking flaps, dude. Secondary flight controls include flaps, leading edge devices, trims, and spoilers. The flaps are the most common high-lift devices on an aircraft. They attach to the trailing edge of a wing and increase both lift and angle of attack. And drag for any angle of attack. Secondary flight controls. 4 main types are plane, split, slot, and prowl, was it? Oh, Fowler. Crapper, dude. The plane flap is the most simple design. The design increases the camber of the wing, which increases its lift, but also the drag. Split flaps deploy from the lower surface. They act pretty much exactly like the plane flap, but they increase slightly more lift. Both of these designs are garbage, and they don't create much lift for the drag they produce. Slotted flaps are the most popular nowadays because it allows high energy air from the bottom of the wing to the top of the wing, which causes a much greater lift during that movement than in plane or split flaps. And then you have the Fowler flaps or the slotted Fowler flaps, and they work exactly like slotted flaps, but they had something else. Fowler flaps, however, they changed the wing camber and also increased the wing surface area by sliding back and down rather than just down. All right. Fixed slots delay airflow separation until a higher angle of attack. They don't increase the wing's camber, but they do give lift. Movable slots work in the same way fixed slots do, but either open when the AOA is the angle of attack is increased, or when the captain wants it to open. Leading edge flaps are used to increase the camber. I forgot of the wing, and are commonly used with trailing edge flaps to reduce the nose down pitching tendencies. So leading edge flaps are used with trailing edge flaps to reduce nose down tendencies. Like a combo play. And increase the camber of the wing, which will give you more lift. Leading edge cuffs work to increase the camber and the lift. Front edge of the wing is the front edge of the wing is pushed down and forward, which allows for more air to connect with the upper surface of the wing at higher angle of attack. This reduces the aircraft's stall speed. So leading edge cuffs gives more lift. Front edge is pushed down and forward. Which allows more wind to connect with the wing at higher angle of attack and reduces stall speed. A spoiler is used to slow down the aircraft, and in slower or like in gliders it's used to descend, and in larger aircraft it can be used to combat the adverse yaw, because when they're deployed they create drag and it can counteract the adverse yaw. Use this, increase drag over the wing surface. That's right. Yep. All right, trim systems. So trim systems are built to relieve control pressure, basically make flying a little easier and make sure the pilot has less physical and mental workload. Is attached to the trailing edge of one or more of the primary control systems. Surfaces, sorry. In small aircraft, they are controlled by like a little wheel thing that's attached from the craft. And moving the trim moves the elevator, which causes the aircraft to pitch up or down. To trim an aircraft, you have to establish a desired power setting, a desired pitch attitude, and a desired configuration first before you activate the trim, so that the aircraft will then fly in your desired way, motion, whatever you want. All right. This one here is a balance tab, which automatically moves opposite to the control input, and it automatically releases some pressure off the pilot. And the linkage between them can be turned off by the pilot directly from the flight deck. Adjustable stabilizers. Oh yeah, so the stabilizer is connected to a jack screw. Okay, the setup connects the stabilizer to a jack screw and is controlled by a trim cable, or on bigger airplanes by a trim motor. Autopilot, my favorite. And autopilot is a automatic flight system that can control one or multiple of the axes of an airplane. The older ones usually only control one of the axes, whereas the newer, more modern ones can control up to all three axes. And the very modern ones can even control airspeed and pitch attitude. Specific vertical speed or airspeed then. And they work with inertial navigation systems, GPS, and flight computers to control flight systems. Wow. This chapter was fucking huge and massive, dude. I think I need to write down less. But I feel like it's all important, you know? Like, I already feel like I'm writing down the bare minimum of what I think is important. Why is flying so technical, dude? They just put 2 wings on a body and go. Why do we need to be so technical? Right? What's the point? No, what I'm saying is, I feel like what I'm writing down is, as you say, probably important to know, but not really. Like, you would be able to get by without knowing it, or without knowing most of it when you're actually flying. But as you said, for any sort of testing, no way in hell. No way in hell. Anyway, this concludes our training today. 8 hours on the dot. We will continue tomorrow. And again, I don't think I even need this stuff now. I just want to learn like the basics of flight, you know. Like the more advanced stuff I'll probably forget further down the line. But just the basics, like how air is like impacted by the wings, how lift is created, all that stuff. Anyway, thank you guys for watching and helping. I much appreciate it. And I'll talk to you all as soon. Bye-bye. And thank you again. I appreciate it. See ya.